You are go to open the hatch.
EV1 functional. EV2 functional.
Welcome to this coverage. Right now you can see inside the two spacewalkers, Kate Rubins on the left and Jeff Williams on the right, being assisted by Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi. Crew members suited up have been for some time now, with Kate Williams fully suited up at about 3:40 a.m. Central, Williams in his suit by 4 a.m. and in the final stages of getting ready to head outside of the Quest airlock. For today's spacewalk, Williams going to be EV1, the lead spacewalker, and Kate Rubins once again EV2. This pair just completed a spacewalk just about 2 weeks ago, back on the 19th, so this is the second one for this duo. Throughout the day, you'll see, once they're outside of the Quest airlock, helmet cameras for each of them. You'll see a small number 17. Right now, though, showing just a rainbow of colors, as they don't have signal to those cameras now. But once they're outside, they'll get that signal, and you'll see a small number 17 in the corner of Williams' camera and a small number 20 in the corner of Rubins. Meanwhile, the team supporting here on Mission Control, handing over, the Orbit 2 team getting ready to come on console. The flight director for today is going to be Zeb Scoville, who's getting ready to hand over from Mike Lammers. Zeb is all the way at the top of your screen there in the yellow shirt. And then you'll hear a couple of voices from the Capcom position today. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's going to be the Capcom. He'll be talking to the crew up until they're outside of the airlock. Then he'll hand over to Nick Hague, one of the newer NASA astronauts, who's going to be what's known as the ground IV. So he's going to be the one walking Williams and Rubins through all of their steps throughout the spacewalk today, walking through the procedures for this planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. And there's a number of tasks on the list for today's jaunt out into the vacuum of space. Chief among them is to retract something known as the trailing thermal control radiator. This is a radiator that's no longer in use, and they attempted to retract it once previously, and will look to accomplish that today. And again, getting some words from the suit IV, Takuya Onishi from the Japanese Space Agency. He's been suiting the crew members up inside of the Quest airlock, and he's going to be supporting them throughout the spacewalk today, not just getting them suited up, but also going to be driving the space station's robotic arm, Canadarm2, primarily for the second major task. Again, that the retraction and the covering of that thermal control radiator are going to be the first and primary task for this spacewalk. After that, the astronauts are going to split up, with Jeff Williams going to install a new HD camera that's going to provide new high-definition video and stills from one of the camera ports on the International Space Station. All those external cameras right now only recording in standard definition, so this will be a really great new feature. Should provide not only stunning views of Earth that we're all accustomed to, but also very crisp views of the station itself for various surveys, and also allowing teams down here on the ground to do surveys of visiting spacecraft as they both depart and arrive at the International Space Station. Then there's a few more what the flight director described as routine maintenance tasks on the docket for Kate Rubins. She'll be tightening a number of bolts over on one of the solar alpha rotary joints, as well as removing some multi-layer insulation from 2 pump flow control sub-assemblies, so they can be interacted with by the station's robotic assistant Dexter, the special purpose dexterous manipulator, at a later date. For now, though, why don't we take a more in-depth look at all of these tasks in an animation that was narrated by today's lead spacewalk officer, John Malarski, during a briefing not too long ago, and he'll walk through all of these tasks in detail and show you the paths that these 2 crew members are going to take over the coming hours. Let's take a look.
First, Jeff Williams will be exiting the Quest airlock on his 5th spacewalk, followed by Kate Rubins. Jeff will lead from the airlock up onto the main truss segment. Because of the distance of the radiator from the airlock, it's actually on the end of the truss out P6, Jeff will be taking the safe tethers of both crew members out and setting them up on P1 to allow enough reach for them from the airlock all the way out to P6. And while he's taking care of that, Kate will wait at the airlock for him to set that up. And then he'll head out towards the solar alpha rotor joint, the Sarge, and then followed by Kate, who will come after. She will follow that same path and follow her tether to meet Jeff out there before they both head out to the prime task on the EVA, which is retracting the ticker, as Zeb mentioned earlier. Kate will translate around the zenith side of that truss, and Jeff on the nadir looking at the radiator to make sure it's prepared for its retraction on this EVA. Once they've completed their inspections, Jeff will move into place to take his pistol grip tool, or PGT, power tool, to retract the radiator manually while Kate gets in position to view the radiator's retraction to make sure it goes smoothly. With its location facing forward on the ISS, we'll have good views from the ground as well to help the crew monitor its retraction. As you see here, Kate will slide outboard and get a view of the radiator, while Jeff puts himself on the outboard side in position there at the bolt. As was stated, we retracted it previously, and we've got the video here of what we hope to see on this attempt is a nice smooth retraction of the radiator as it comes down and gets retracted fully to protect it from the MOD and thermal conditions, as Zeb mentioned earlier. Assuming a nice clean retraction there, and they've got it seated fully, the crew will work to install 4 cinches, much as you would the lug nuts on your car tire. They'll work in a cross pattern diagonally from each other, installing 2 cinches here, and then they will slide and work a cross pattern, 2 additional cinches, and work back and forth a couple times at each bolt to get the radiator fully cinched and compressed into place. After fully securing all 4 of the cinches, the next step is to deploy a thermal cover in order to fully protect the radiator. Gets both thermal protection and micrometeor orbital debris protection from that cover. And deploying that shroud over the radiator will complete the retraction of the radiator and the prime task on the EVA. So here you see the crew. They'll move the shroud, which was stowed by a previous crew that deployed the radiator, Sonny Williams and Aki Hoshide, and they'll deploy that and cinch it tight to protect that radiator. Moving on for the second set of tasks on the EVA, Jeff will pick up a foot restraint here and make his way back inboard to the SRMS, or the Canadarm2, for the high-definition camera task that Zeb mentioned, while Kate is translating back all the way to the airlock to retrieve those cameras for Jeff to install. So she'll pick up both a high-definition camera and a light from the airlock to put on the camera port 9 work site that's on the nadir side of the port 1 truss, while Jeff will meet the SSRMS that's being driven by JAXA crew member Takuya Onishi, who will then drive the arm in under Jeff's guidance so that they can get the foot restraint installed and the safe tether installed. While Jeff is installing that, Kate will come out to meet him with his bag of ORUs so that he can install them on the nadir side of the truss there, that camera just below where he is right now. And after picking up his bag, they'll maneuver the arm down to the nadir side of the truss there. So following retrieving that bag for Jeff, Kate will have some secondary tasks that she'll go off to at the Solar Alpha rotary joint, the SARJ, cinching those bolts, as Zeb mentioned, and also doing a SARJ inspection. So she'll translate outboard, grab some tools that she'll need for those tasks, and then head back around to tighten the 3 remaining bolts of the SARJ. There were a 4th one that was previously tightened on US EVA 33, and they saw improvement in the data. So they decided that the remaining 3 bolts would hopefully finish the job there. So Kate will translate around 3 corners and give us good photos and video closeout as she goes ahead and tightens those bolts and secures the thermal booties around them. Previously on US EVA 33, they saw one of the booties was dislodged, and so we're going to make sure that if need be, the Velcro is degraded on those booties, that they can put a wire tie to secure them in place. So she'll translate around to multiple joints here. Second one and then a third one. And depending on timing here and lighting conditions of how the EVA is going, she will complete a SARJ inspection. Previously on STS-134, the crew did lube the port SARJ, and the ground has done some testing to see how that lube will hold up over time. We'll get Kate's on-site inspection to verify that the ground testing is matching up with what happens on orbit. And we'll catch that sometime during one of the day passes, and she'll come swing by here, give us her report, and take photos of that for later ground analysis. And while she's working on that, Jeff will work in here. He'll first change out this light. This is a light that has burnt out its bulbs, and once we get completion of the RPCM R&R that Zeb mentioned, they'll have a good heater circuit there for the new light to be put in its place and make this camera fully functional. On the side of the standard definition camera that's already there, we'll install an additional high definition camera, so they'll be co-located to get both standard def and high def from the same pan tilt. And Jeff will clean up his work site and have Talk back the arm away. Following Kate's SARJ inspection task, she will move back outboard towards the radiator work site that we previously were at. We have some ORUs that are pump flow control subassemblies that are ammonia pumps for the outboard elements, and those pumps had previously failed, and they are under an MLI blanket. And to enable future change out of these boxes by the SPDM Dexter, Kate will fold back that MLI and tie it back, and so a future SpaceX mission can bring up replacement boxes. And so since the MLI was never designed for robotic compatibility, she'll just tuck that out of the way and wire tie it in place. That'll complete the main task objectives on the EVA for the day. So Jeff will guide Talk and the arm back to the same position he got in, and he'll egress the arm and stow both his foot restraint and remove his tether from the arm and get back on the structure for cleanup. Once he's cleaned up the arm and allowed Talk to move to the overnight park position, they will take the foot restraint and install it on the cedar cart for future use on another EVA. And then the crew will repeat a reverse direction of their egress, and Jeff will meet up at the tether anchor point while Kate heads back to the airlock, and they will use their tethers to move their way back to the airlock and ingress for a hopefully successful US EVA 37. And then we'll get Jeff back inside for preparation for his return just a few days later.
And now back to live video inside the Quest airlock. That was the lead spacewalk officer for today, John Malarski, walking through all of the tasks on the list for Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins today. Right now, still inside the Quest airlock. They're wrapping up all of their pre-breathe activities. The crew members get suited up and then do about 100 minutes of light exercise, essentially just to purge all the excess nitrogen from their blood before they head out into the vacuum of space. They are operating in a lower atmospheric pressure environment while they're in those suits. The suit's only pressurized for about 4.3 psi. Whereas the interior of the station is the same as it is down here at sea level at 14.7. So they'll do this in-suit exercise just to go through that process. It's similar to anybody familiar with diving. Scuba diving will do just to avoid what's known as the bends. But all of that should be wrapping up soon. The spacewalk scheduled to start at 7:05 a.m. Central, 8:05 a.m. Eastern. Crew members so far running a couple of minutes ahead, but that's still the target time for the beginning of the spacewalk. And right now, we'll continue to hear a conversation from Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi, who's inside the Quest airlock with the two spacewalkers, doing all the final setup of their suits. Right now, they're swapping out MEDOX, some of the life support canisters, also the LiO, the canisters responsible for scrubbing the carbon dioxide from the crew member's suit while they're out there for several hours. Pretty soon he'll be affixing the safer devices. Although continuing to get set up inside of the equipment lock, all of the tools, everything affixed to the mobile, everything continuing to look good with the suits not tracking any issues right now as they continue to get ready for this on-time start. Again, scheduled right now at 7:05 a.m. Eastern, 8:05 or 7:05 a.m. Eastern, 8:05 or 7:05 a.m. Central, 8:05 a.m. Eastern. Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin floating into view. He's going to be giving Takuya Onishi a hand with all of these final preparations, maneuvering these crew members in their very large EMUs, the extravehicular mobility units. That's the name for the large white suit. You can see EV1 Jeff Williams, the lead spacewalker for today, coming off the wall there. Giving a high five over to Kate Rubins. You can see some red stripes on Williams' suit. That's what will help differentiate him from Rubins once they're outside working. And next, they should be getting ready to affix these safer units pretty soon. And there you can see Onishi coming into view with the first safer. Again, this gets attached to the bottom portion of the PLIS, the Portable Life Support System, basically the large backpack on the back of the spacesuit. The safer device, again, is a contingency tool, essentially, for use in emergencies. If the crew members are ever untethered for any reason, they will be tethered to multiple points throughout the entire spacewalk, just to ensure that they're always attached to the station structure. Safer, though, just the backup to the backup, just in case for any reason they ever came untethered, they'd be able to activate this device. It first would work to orient the crew members if they're in a spin or anything like that. It will be able to stop that, orient them, and then they can use a small joystick to literally fly themselves back to the station structure. So kind of a mini jetpack. But again, this only used in those situations, not used at all for a normally planned or a normally executed spacewalk. But one of the last items that needs to be done for the suit checkouts before they head into the crew lock, get ready to depressurize, and get ready to head outside. And it'll be Williams' turn first to get his safer device. This is the 5th spacewalk for Jeff Williams. He's completed 4 in his career, his record-breaking career, as he's currently the NASA astronaut with the most time in space in history, as he broke Scott Kelly's mark just a little bit early, just a short time ago, broke the mark of 520 days, and he'll have 534 days by the time he lands early next week. But for Williams, he's already got 4 spacewalks on his resume, a total time of 25 hours and 7 minutes spent working in the vacuum of space, so this will be number 5 for him. For Kate Rubins, though, who's a first-time flyer on the International Space Station, she has 1 spacewalk, the one she completed with Jeff Williams back on August 19th, with a total time of 5 hours and 58 minutes, so this will be her second. But for now, the crew members still inside the equipment lock, getting the safer units affixed, and then moving out into the crew lock, that portion at the end. And then Takuya Onishi will shut the airlock between the 2 sections, and then they'll begin the depress. Basically, a number of pumps will activate and draw out most of the air inside the Quest airlock. The pumps efficient down to about 1 or 2 psi. Once they get down to that range, though, the rest of the air just gets basically dumped overboard. And for those just joining us, still in the final checkout stages, getting ready to send these crew members outside for this planned 6.5-hour spacewalk. And right now, Takuya Onishi, joined by Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin, getting this safer device affixed to the bottom of the life support pack for Jeff Williams. And once they're done with Williams, they'll move him into the crew lock and then get the safer affixed over on Kate Rubins. But everything marching towards an on-time start to the spacewalk. Right now, still scheduled for 7:05 a.m. Central, 8:05 a.m. Eastern. Again, the crew members scheduled to spend 6.5 hours out in the vacuum of space working. Once they're outside, they'll immediately move to their first task, which is going to be the retraction of that trailing thermal control radiator. That's the primary task for today's spacewalk. Jeff Williams will be first out of the airlock, and he'll move over to the work site. And then once there, he'll give the go to Kate Rubins to go down the exact same path that he took to meet him over at that radiator. It'll be Williams with the pistol grip tool actually retracting the radiator very slowly. And then once it's in place, they'll work in tandem to attach what's known as cinches, basically tie downs to ensure that the radiator is kept in place, then put a cover over it just to further protect it from any potential micrometeoroid or orbital debris hits, and then they'll be done with that first task. And it'll take probably the first couple of hours, first 2.5 hours or so, and then they'll move on to all of the other tasks on the docket for today, including the installation of a new HD camera and then a couple of routine maintenance tasks for Kate Rubins. But with that, it looks like the safer device is on Jeff Williams now, so he's moving out into the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. Again, with the assistance of Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin and Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi. Onishi taking a very active role in getting these crew members suited up today, and he's also going to be supporting them from inside as the suit IV, the intravehicular officer, supporting them throughout the spacewalk. He's also going to be driving the station's Canadarm2 once Jeff Williams straps his feet in to install that camera a little bit later in today's spacewalk. So a very active role for him in all of today's procedures. Giving you a view back inside of Mission Control. It'll be about 20 minutes or so before we get our video link up with the station back. The station itself right now flying just about 252 statute miles over Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, here inside the room, the Orbit 2 team has officially been handed over to. So all of the prime players for today's spacewalk now in place. Again, leading the team today is going to be the flight director, Zeb Scoville. And then joining him is going to be at the Capcom position. You can see Steve Bowen, the NASA astronaut, is going to be talking to the crew up through the start of this spacewalk. And then Nick Hague will be responsible for talking Rubins and Williams throughout all of the day's activities, walking through them on their procedure list that all of them have reviewed extensively over the last week as they were preparing for this spacewalk. Also inside the room right now is the lead spacewalk officer, John Malarski, who's leading a team of support staff monitoring the suits on the crew members, the airlock itself, all the various systems, and then feeding all of that information back to the flight teams throughout all of the day's activity. And just to update you on where we are before we lost that videocom, we saw the safer device being affixed to Jeff Williams' suit, and he's now inside of the crew lock. Next up, it'll be Kate Rubins' turn. They'll get that safer device, that simplified aid for EVA rescue, the small self-contained jetpack used in the event that the crew members come untethered. They'll get that affixed to her suit and then move her into the crew lock section as well. Following that, it'll be time to close the hatch. Takuya Onishi closing the hatchway inside of Quest. And then at that point, they'll be able to begin depressurizing the crew lock. Important to bring that crew lock down to vacuum before you open the hatch, just to ensure that it's a nice, easy, smooth opening. So pumps inside of Quest will draw out most of the atmosphere inside the airlock. They'll stop at a couple of points along the way just for the crew to do leak checks on their suits, make the exact same path as him. And another reminder, we'll get helmet carrying their time. Williams, you'll see a small number 17 in the lower corner. And then on Rubins, you'll see a small number 20, just to be able to differentiate between whose shoulder we're looking over over the next 6.5 hours. And you're still getting a look inside of Mission Control just to update you on where we are right now. It'll be another 11 or 12 minutes or so until we get video back on board the station, but when we last left the crew inside the airlock, Jeff Williams had the safer device affixed to his suit, and he was into the crew lock, and both Anatoly Ivanishin and Takuya Onishi were then getting set up to attach the safer to Kate Rubins' suit. But we'll get that video back soon and check back in with the crew members. Everything's still looking good for an on-time start in about an hour, a little bit less than an hour from now. For this spacewalk, once they switch their suits over to batteries, this EVA will officially begin. Power channel, or to try to isolate the source of that leak, and the primary method of cooling for these power channels are what's known as the photovoltaic radiators. Back in November of 2012, the radiator for 2B was isolated, and the trailing thermal control radiator, or the ticker, was extended, but that didn't stop the leak. And then in May of 2013, a much larger spike in the rate of that leak was experienced, and what's known as a contingency spacewalk, so an unplanned spacewalk, was executed, and the crew members actually ended up replacing what's known as a pump flow control subassembly, that fixing the leak. And then they were still using the ticker as the cooling system for that power channel. But then during a spacewalk in November of last year, NASA's Scott Kelly and Kjell Lindgren were tasked with reintegrating the photovoltaic radiator, the prime source, for that cooling, and then leaving the ticker in a now unused state. And then we want to retract it just to give it any further protection from what's known as MMOD, micrometeoroids or orbital debris, things that could potentially damage the radiator, which is a very high priority spare in case we have any issues with the photovoltaic radiator or any other items that could require it to be used. So they'll get that retracted today.
We are now preparing for deep rest at 74.
And we copy a step 74.
And Takuya Onishi just radioing down. They're getting ready to begin the depress, which means both Kate Rubins and Jeff Williams inside that airlock. Right now, Flight Director Zeb Scoville doing a go-no-go around the room, ready to get ready for depress and get ready to move closer to starting today's spacewalk. And so with that, the flight director for today, Zeb Scoville, completing the go-no-go. All systems, all teams reporting they are go for EVA, which means everything geared up and ready for today's spacewalk. Right now, they're moving towards the end of what's known as the pre-breathe section, so getting ready to depressurize the Quest airlock. which means Kate Rubins and Jeff Williams are now inside the crew lock, and they'll be getting ready to close that hatchway between the two and then begin the depressurization steps to bring the crew lock section down to vacuum, getting ready to open the hatch.
80 and step 81 are complete.
And TAC, we copy 8081 complete, and we've got our steps in work. Thanks.
Copy.
Okay.
Right, say again, Tom. And the second part, Houston is going to... Gotcha. Copy.
Copy.
And Station Houston, you have a go for step 83, and good morning, Kate and Jeff. You are hot mic.
Good morning, Steve. Got you loud and clear.
Hey, Steve, good to hear you. We've got you loud and clear.
Okay, so Kate, on UIA, check switch depress pump power is off, OFF.
Depress pump power is OFF.
Check depress pump enable LEDs on.
Depress pump enable LED is lit.
Okay. Houston station 1 for EVA. We need a go for step 86.
And TAC, you have a go for step 86.
Copy. Okay, Jeff and Kate, now we are working on crew lock depress Q card, page 1.
Copy.
Copy.
Okay, crew lock depress. Step 1 on DCM, check switch com frequency in low.
EV1 com frequency low.
EV2 com frequency low.
Check switch com mode in pry.
EV1 com mode pry.
EV2 com mode pry.
Kate on UIA, switch depress pump power on.
Depress pump power on.
Wait 10 seconds. And now you can open depress pump manual isolation valve.
Depress pump manual isolation valve open.
You expect alert tone. On DCM, monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5.
Copy.
And so now getting confirmation the depressurization of the Quest airlock is in process.
Then crew lock at 5.0 psi. Press pump manual isolation valve to close.
And so the depress now in work. The air slowly being drawn out of the Quest airlock where Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins are suited up inside. They'll continue until the pressure gets to 5 psi inside the airlock, starting at 14.7. And once they get there, they'll stop the depressurization and then do a leak check on their suits. They'll do a quick run through. And then after that, they'll be able to resume the depressurization. And then after that stop at 5, they'll go down all the way to 2, and they'll turn that valve off. And then the excess air will get vented overboard. They'll wait until they're essentially at vacuum inside of the airlock and then be able to open the hatch and begin this spacewalk. And then once they switch their suits over to battery power, the clocks will start and the spacewalk will begin. The depressurization of the Quest airlock continuing. Again, once they hit 5 psi, they'll go to a hold point. They'll stop the depress and do a quick leak check on their suits. The crew members are running about 15 minutes or so ahead, so we might start earlier than that planned 7:05 a.m. Central start time, but we'll keep you updated. Again, the spacewalk will officially begin once they throw the switches over to battery power on those suits. And then today's spacewalk planned to start to last 6.5 hours. And then Williams and Rubins will head out onto the first task to retract that radiator. It's out on the far port side of the station's truss structure, that large backbone structure with a lot of support systems and spares. Getting a view from one of the outboard cameras on station that at the Quest airlock. You can see the hatchway on the top part of the airlock. It's at the very front section. It's just above it, pointing to the top right of the screen. You'll see the crew members make their way out one by one there once they're on battery power and the spacewalk has begun. Per the procedures, Jeff Williams, EV-1, scheduled to be first out of the airlock.
I see an airlock P is 7.4.
I got 7.5, 7.4 now.
As you can also hear, the mic's now hot for Williams and Rubins.
We're towing at 6.3.
6.5.
Getting a call from the crew members. The pressure inside the airlock right now at about 6.3 or 6.5. Once it gets down to 5, they'll stop the depressurization, do leak checks on their suits. Once those get confirmed that everything's good to go, they'll resume the depress once more.
And mine's 5.8.
Copy. Copy.
Субмостом МКС СГ-1.
5.4.
Субмостом МКС СГ-2.
5.4.
Отвечаем в СГ-2. Провел профилактику механизмов герметизации крышки люка МИМ-2. Там все чисто, практически без замечаний. Без замечаний принято. Профилактика механизма крышки люка.
We'll go with your sensor.
Также закончил заправку ТДВ и CWC. Одна полностью, вторая примерно на треть. 12-11. Просьба отменить ВМС. Полная 1. Полная это 11.96, правильно я понял? Да, конечно.
12:11, 1:30, правильно?
Правильно.
Все, спасибо, Олег.
If you hit 5.0, go ahead and go on yours.
Okay, I'm still in position IB.
There's 4.7.
Okay. Depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy.
Okay, copy. On DCM, switch display status until leak check displayed and hold yet for 2 seconds.
Okay, currently leak checking.
Follow displayed instructions.
Okay, leak check, wait.
So right now we're at that 5 psi hold point inside the airlock. So right now Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins conducting leak checks on their suits just to ensure all the systems, all the seals, everything's in good working order before they resume the depressurization of the airlock. Again, this entire process of depress takes about 30 minutes per the procedures. And once they're done depressurizing, they'll be able to switch their suits over to battery and begin today's spacewalk.
P4.8, leak check complete, set O2 EVA.
Leak check complete. Set O2 EVA.
Okay, that's good news. And then check O2 actuator to EVA.
And getting a report 2 good leak checks, so now moving back through the procedures, getting ready to resume that depress.
And EV2 over O2 actuators and EVA wait on you, Jeff.
My O2 actuator is physically in EVA. I'm waiting for confirmation. O2 position EVA.
Copy.
Okay, so Kate, depress pump, manual isolation valve to open. You expect alert pump.
Depressed pump, manual isolation valve open.
We're going to open the emergency end test.
Copy.
Copy.
And with that, the depress resuming.
Monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5 and Glenn crew lock at 2.0 psi. Kate, you need to close the
So good leak checks on both of these suits, everything proceeding along smoothly. The crew members running a little bit ahead of schedule, but everything moving forward so far smoothly with today's spacewalk.
.9 on the airlock P.
5.7.
Point 2.
1.
Point out. And talk if you're ready for it. I'll take depress pump and ISO valve to close.
And after closing on UIA, switch depress pump power to off, OFF.
Depress pump and ISO valve closed, and on the UIA, depress pump power is off, OFF.
Now you can attach waste tethers to crew lock D-ring for egress.
And my waste tether is attached to the airlock D-ring extender. It's locked, black on black. And on my side, it's attached to my right D-ring extender, locked, black on black. Given my safety tether anchor hook to Jeff. On the red crew hook, it's locked, black on black. Yellow hook is locked, black on black. Green hook is attached but not locked. Both reels are in unlocked.
And your anchor point on your safety tether is attached to my right waist tether and both large hooks. Your anchor point and my right waist tether large hook are bails closed. Hooks are locked, black on black. My small hook on my right waist tether is on my right T-ring extender. Bails closed, hooks locked, black on black.
And I copy all yours.
Okay, sounds good. Then when crew lock DPDT becomes nearly zero, you expect alarm tone. Then when EV hatch delta P becomes less than 0.5 psi, you can now open the EV hatch and stow.
Copy.
And so at this point, the depress pump has been turned off, the crew lock now below 2 psi. Both crew members just did a quick read-through of all of their tethers, and all that gets checked by the spacewalking team down here on the ground. Everything sounded perfect. Really good read from both crew members inside the Quest airlock. And then now the pressure going to slowly creep down as the excess air gets vented. And then once they get down to what's known as delta P, the delta pressure, so basically the difference in pressure between the vacuum of space and the inside of the Quest airlock. Once that is beneath 0.5 psi, we'll be able to open the station back in just about 6 minutes from now. The station and its crew currently flying over the southern Pacific Ocean, just a little ways off of New Zealand, up on a northeasterly course now. It is an orbital nighttime, so the lights will be on for the crew members most likely when they egress this hatch. And the crew's still running a little bit ahead of schedule, so should get an earlier start time than that planned 7:05 a.m. Central, but we'll keep an eye out for the moment those suits go to battery power and get you the official start time for today's spacewalk. But right now, the airlock doing its final pressure equalization with the vacuum of space, both Jeff Williams, EV1 for today's spacewalk, and again, he'll be in the suit with the red stripes to keep an eye out. And then Kate Rubins, EV2 in the suit with no stripes, so you could differentiate between the two of them inside the Quest airlock, almost ready to start this spacewalk.
Decimal 1. Raise blank.
And this blank as well.
On the gauge, I got about 0.7.
And Station Houston on 1 for Jeff and Kate. It'll be nighttime when you get the hatch open.
Copy, and visor is not down.
My visor's still up too. And how much time until sunrise? Estimated, approximately?
And Jeff, that's about 13 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, you got lights on?
I do have lights on.
All right.
And Station Houston for the airlock. From our indications down here, you have a go for hatch opening.
Okay, hatch opening is working. I read about 0.5.
Hey, Jeff, and my legs are as far zenith as possible.
Okay. Your SCU pocket is lifted around if you're looking for it later.
Okay.
Okay, the hatch is unlatched.
And as you can see, the outer protective cover being thrown open, so the hatch now open. Now we're standing by for the confirmation that they're throwing their suits over to battery, and then our spacewalk will officially begin.
Come a little further towards me if you need it.
Here we go. The hatch is open.
This is IV, emergency and tail is now closed.
Copy.
Okay, we copy TUC. Emergency MPEV is closed. Thanks, TUC. And Jeff and Kate, how do you read?
Loud and clear, Nick.
And Nick, I've got you loud and clear.
Okay, great. We'll start running through the steps for post-depress.
And so a short comm handover, and you'll now hear Capcom Nick Hague, who's the ground IV. He's a NASA astronaut who's going to be walking Williams and Rubins through all their procedures. So at this point, the hatch opened at 6:51 a.m. Central. Now standing by for this.
Or restart link display.
Okay, copy. Check that your display switch is functional.
Functional.
Functional for EV2 and both yes and no positions.
Okay, copy. Kate, on the UIA, you're going to take the power for EV1 and 2 to off and check that the 4 LEDs go off OFF.
On the UIA. Power EV1 off. Power EV2 off, and I have 4 LEDs off.
Okay, copy. For both of you, you are go to disconnect your SCU from the DCM, install your DCM cover, and stow the SCU in its pouch.
In work.
Happy in work.
And so with that, both crew members officially on battery power. The official start of this spacewalk, 6:53 a.m. Central, 7:53 a.m. Eastern Time. So EVA number 37 officially underway. Both Williams and Rubins suits on battery power. Now stepping through their final post-depress steps before they head outside of the Quest airlock and begin this task. Again, it should be Williams coming out of the airlock first, giving Rubins the go once he's outside. And Williams will first translate out to the work site out on the far port section of the station's truss. And then Rubins will follow along the exact same path and begin the first task for today. That's a retraction of the ticker, the trailing thermal control radiator.
Check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
For both of you on your DCM, take your TCV to max hot.
EV2 max hot.
And Kate, we copy you're in max hot.
Jeff said max hot as well.
Okay, copy that. And for both of you, water switch to on.
V1, water switch is on.
V2, water switch on.
Okay, copy, and check that your DCM is blank bite is off.
DCM is blank, bite is off, V1.
V2, DCM blank, bite off.
Then for both of you, TCV somewhere between 3 and max cold.
I'm at between 4 and 5.
EV2, TCV is 4.
Okay, copy, and we're seeing good suit data down here, so we'll just take a gauge reading from both of you.
4.3 for EV1.
EV2, 4.3 on the gauge.
And we copy. Everything's looking good here. The thermal cover popped open when the hatch was open, so you are go to egress. We copied your safety tether configuration. You're good for egress, but when we get outside, Jeff, we're going to need you to call out your colored hooks.
Copy.
And we can just now start to see Jeff Williams poking his head out of the Quest airlock there.
See a good egress, Jeff? You're
And you can see Williams out first. Again, you'll be able to differentiate between the two spacewalkers by the stripes. You can see the red stripes around the thighs of the suit on Williams. Rubins' suit will have no stripes. Once outside, they'll verify once again all of their various safety tethers.
on my tethers all the way from the red hook through the yellow hook.
And say again, Kate?
I just put one more eyeball and did my tether checks from the red hook to the yellow hook. I know you've got me checked off, but...
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the double check.
I am ready to the crew lock bag. I'm going to go ahead and release this red, Kate.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay, it's all yours.
Okay. And Nick, the large, small set that usually holds the crew lock bag is now on the airlock D-ring extender.
And copy, Kate.
And I've got the crew lock secure on my VOT. Now I'm going to go down my safety tether, which is on my left side, Nick. The red hook bail's closed. Hook is locked, black on black. Green hook is on the Yerkum. Bail's closed. It's not locked. Yellow hook, bail closed. Hook's locked, black on black. And I've got the anchor point on my mini workstation.
Copy all those checks, Jeff, and if you could look at your reels to make sure they're unlocked.
Williams doing a quick run through of all of his tethers. Again, the team's down here on the ground checking throughout. They're going to be walking through the procedures with them.
Okay, copy, Jeff. Show you in a good configuration, and we're ready for Kate to come out.
Okay, Nick, I'm going to come out. I am leaving my waist tether still attached to the airlock D-ring extender.
And we copy.
And there Rubins now coming out of the Quest airlock to join Williams just outside.
Come back outside.
Yeah, good to be out here.
Again, this is the second spacewalk for this duo. They just completed one back on August 19th.
See your green WZS light is on. I can see one and turn towards me. Safer handles are down. I see 1, 2, turn towards me again. 3 tabs are up. I see the crew lock bag on your DRT with the red on it. And I see how you've got your camera there. Your waist tether looks clear, and your safety tether pack looks clear.
Okay.
You're in a good configuration.
Thank you. And I've got one light on your camera. I've got 2 safer handles down. I've got 1, 2, 3 tabs up. Camera, I'm going to get my visor.
Yeah, and I got mine.
So you got your camera under control, your tools, and others look good. I see a good configuration.
Okay.
And ground copies, if we can get HAP checks for both of you.
Tap check EV1 is good, dry.
Okay, in EV2, I've got a good dry half check, and looking at my gloves, I've got a good baseline, pristine gloves.
Okay, we copy. Show you guys good buddy checks and ready to start translation. So, Jeff, you're going to head out to P1 and translate without fare leading.
Okay.
They're looking good, Jeff.
And so both crew members now outside of the Quest airlock. First task for them, do a quick visual check for the trailing thermal control radiator.
You avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed TUS cable.
And then pretty soon we should hopefully start getting video from the WVS, the wireless video system.
They're looking good, and the safety tether packs are clear.
Great.
Tether packs are clear.
Great.
It's on station on 2, I'm with you.
And TOC, we just need verification for steps 66 through 72, the MEDOX canister removal, and a reminder to install the caps.
Copy, Jeff.
I did. Then I installed the caps and serial numbers 0016 and 0019. I installed all the canisters per storage nodes.
And we copy all, and that was serial number 0016 and 0019. Thank you very much.
On the left side of the screen, you can see Jeff Williams making his way down the truss now. Kate Rubins will be following him shortly after. They're going to make their way all the way out to the port side, so one of the far ends of the station's truss, that backbone structure with a lot of the various cooling and support and electronic systems, as well as a lot of large spares. And for this first task, the retraction of the trailing thermal control radiator, the ticker, Williams will use what's known as a pistol grip tool. You'll hear it referred to as a PGT. It's essentially a power drill that the crew members use for a number of spacewalking activities, mainly driving bolts to attach and detach hardware. And he'll be using that to slowly retract the radiator. Once it's all retracted all the way in, they'll attach a number of cinches just to hold it in place and then put a cover over it to continue protecting it. And this whole task should take about 2 to 2.5 hours. That's the primary task for today's spacewalk. And then getting a camera view now over Jeff Williams' shoulder. And again, you can differentiate these camera views by that number in the lower right corner. Jeff Williams' camera going to have the number 17. Kate Rubins, which should come online shortly, will have the number 20. But for right now, Williams making his way out to the work site. Rubins is going to hold position just outside the Quest airlock until he's there, and then she's going to follow the exact same path that he's taking right now to join him out on the port side right at the ticker.
Okay, 9150, code meter.
Copy, Jeff. Down at the bottom of that, you're going to be looking for handrail 3650.
Okay, I found 3650. I dropped
Okay.
the local, and I'm going to put my safety tether on this handrail.
And concur, Jeff.
Okay, my anchor point is on the starboard end of the handrail. Sails closed, hook is locked, black on black, and I'm going to check the entire safety tether here. My yellow hook, sails closed, hook is locked, black on black. Green hook, sails closed, hook is unlocked. Red hook, sail closed, locked, black on black. Both reels remain unlocked.
And we copy, Jeff. That's a good config. You're good to move up to handrail 3651. For Kate's anchor point. And just for your guys' SA, we've got good WVS video right now.
Okay, good. And I'm on 3650.
Suit follow the same path that Williams is taking right now and meet him out at the ticker, that radiator that they're going to be retracting with their first task of the day.
Okay, I've broken the daisy chain. I've got Kate's on handrail 3651. Stand by, Kate.
Copy.
Remove to my red. Okay, you are anchored to handrail 3651. Your bail's closed. Hook is locked. Black on black.
Copy all.
And copy that. So, Kate, you're good to release your waist tether and give us a reel check.
Okay, my reels are both unlocked, and the conductor meter locked for the waist tether.
And continue in port.
Copy, Jeff.
And just looking over safety tethers, I see a good config.
Copy.
And copy, Jeff.
And as you can see, the solar arrays come into views from the camera looking over Jeff Williams' shoulder. He's just about at the work site. You can see the Earth passing below underneath as the crew members in the station right now passing over the United States.
Copy, Kate. And I've got a caution block, Jeff, while you're translating out there to avoid all the rotating hardware. BGAs are an auto track. Avoid contact with the SSU, ECU, the beta gimbal platform mass canister.
Copy. And I'm at the Sarge. Gauntlet check is good. Go ahead.
Copy, good gauntlet check. You're good to cross the Sarge and continue out.
Okay. Gotcha.
Nick, the thermal cover is closed.
Copy, Kate. And if you can just put a quick eyeball on your reels to make sure they're in unlock.
Yep, they are both unlocked.
Okay, you're cleared to translate out to the port sarge.
Okay, copy, headed to the airlock toolboxes.
And so with that, Jeff Williams just about out of the work site now, heading out towards the Sarge, what's known as the Solar Alpha Rotary Joint.
For your green hook.
Now you can see Kate Rubins heading out from the airlock. Jeff Williams put a number of her tethers in place already, so she's going to follow the exact same path that he just took.
That's affirmative, just past that radiator.
And Jeff, I'm on the Cetus spur. Moving slow for my medics and thermal load.
Thank you.
And so, Jeff, your handrail is going to be on the nadir side, just at the base of that solar array, the second trunnion pin.
Okay.
Should be pretty close to your feet right now.
I'm looking for it. Say again the number.
Kate Rubins right now making her way down the station, truss to go out and join Jeff Williams. And for the actual procedure, Williams is going to be using his PGT, the pistol grip tool, essentially the power drill, to slowly retract the radiator. And then Rubins is going to position herself to keep good eyes on it throughout the entire process. And then once this radiator gets fully retracted, they'll then both move in and work in a crosswise fashion to attach a number of cinches, basically just devices to tie the radiator into place, make sure it's in a good secure location before they eventually move an MLI, a multi-layer insulation cover, just to further protect it over in place, and then they'll be done with the first task of the day. It's scheduled to take about 3 hours in total, including all of the cleanup time. And right now we're just over 24 and a half minutes into today's spacewalk. We are going to lose video for just a little bit, but we'll pick it back up in just about 4 minutes. But right now, Jeff Williams out at the work site, Kate Rubins making her way to join him. And then once they're both in place and set up, the actual retraction of this radiator will commence.
Okay, removing my green hook. attached to 5223.
Copy, Jeff. That's the right number.
And I'm on the MT.
Copy, Kate. And so, Jeff,
Looking good. My safety tether is up close to structure for you.
Copy. Thank you.
Jeff, the crew lock bag, the handrail you're looking for is 5203.
Copy, and I'm on it.
Copy. And so you're going to use that and 5227, that's part of that trunnion extension to put the crew lock bag down. You want to make sure that you put your doors to structure.
Jeff, I can see out there. I'm at the port feeder cart. They're looking good. I see my slingshot location.
Okay.
Headed outboard past the slingshot.
Say again, Kate?
I am headed outboard past the slingshot.
Okay. Confirm the safety tether config.
Can't see. That's yours, and I see yours close to structure, and I am up on phase 1. It's down on phase 6 right now.
Okay.
Got no interference.
And Kate, prior to passing the Sarge, we'll take a gauntlet check. Tend your safety tether reel and line from the radiator. There's pit pins at the midpoint of the ticker and sticker long edges. They're not meet kick loads. It's a sharp edge if broken. And the sticker pit pin is covered by the sticker shroud.
Okay, I copy all your warnings, Nick.
Yeah, I copy as well.
So Jeff, as you translate out, we can knock off some of the radiator survey. The first things you're going to be looking for are the H15 and 13 cinches, as well as the shroud guide strap.
And Jeff, you've dropped your green hook, correct?
I have dropped my green hook.
Okay.
So my safety tether should be well behaved for you.
It's a little further from structure than I anticipated, but it's not in my translation path.
Okay.
Okay, Rubins almost made her way out to join Jeff Williams at that work site. Ground IV Nick Hague just reading out the usual cautions and warnings to avoid things like sharp edges for these crew members, just as reminders.
Okay,
Okay, Nick, you probably have good WVS, but I'm checking the starboard end right now, and everything looks clear for the retraction. The plane of the starboard end of the radiator is clear, and the cinch is clear, and the winch is leaning out slightly, which I think is all that's required.
It is, and that's a great view on the WVS, Jeff.
Okay. And I don't think these wire ties are going to be an issue later on.
And all of these wire ties, just like their tethers, in a rainbow of different colors, but right now Jeff Williams doing that survey of both the radiator and the cover that's going to be used to cover up that radiator once it's retracted.
D202, and that's the one with the stripes on it.
Affirmative.
I'm looking at H15 right now. It looks good. I just pushed the square in so it's flush into holding the retention device. It was slightly out.
Copy, Jeff.
And H13 the same way. It's slightly out. Now it's flush.
And copy, Jeff. We've got good views in the WVS. They look good.
And let's see, on the port end, winch looks good. It's leaning slightly up, but the cinch is deployed. No, it's not deployed. It's in its motion device.
Okay, copy that, Jeff.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
And Jeff Williams just continuing his survey of the ticker, this thermal control radiator that they're going to be retracting.
Good checks for what you looked at. And so you're looking at BRT at handrail 5330.
Got it.
And Jeff Williams with his survey part get into position for the actual retraction. Again, he's going to be using his pistol grip tool to turn a bolt that will slowly retract the radiator in. While he's doing that, K. Rubins will be set up to observe. Keep an eye out for the radiator's retraction.
We'd like you to pan right a little bit.
And I'm going to go into the second tripod and translate Venus.
And there, Jeff Williams getting a good camera view of that radiator. You can see fully extended right now.
Jeff, I'm headed out towards you and I've copied all your inspections. The crew out back here too.
And K. Rubins just a few feet away now from joining Jeff Williams out at the radiator. So right now, the EVA officers reporting about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline, so both Williams and Rubins working very quickly, very efficiently to get out to the work site on the far port section of the truss at this thermal control radiator. Jeff Williams already completed his survey tasks and now setting up to get into position for the actual retraction, where he'll be using that pistol grip tool.
How you doing, Kate?
Good. I made my flip, and I'm going to wrap my safety tether under the grapple.
Okay.
And keep it close to structure.
Okay.
And meanwhile, Kate Rubins arriving at the worksite, flipping up over to the other side of the radiator. She's going to continue moving outboard and get a good view of the radiator and set up to give a good camera angle as well for teams studying from down here on the ground while Williams executes this retraction step.
Sorry, not under the pin, under the base of the tether. I don't want to get anybody excited. Base of the plate here.
I see you.
All right, I am ready for the radiator survey. I see the shroud. I've got an eye on the wire tie. I see the winch here that Jeff took a look at already. Everything looks clear on the inboard edge. I've got good clearance along the guide strap, and I'm headed outboard. My safety tether is routed so that it should be... Okay, my safety tether is routed under the plate of the FRGS. It should stay clear of any DA rotation and the radiator.
Copy, Kate.
And I see R2, H14, and H16 are installed and tucked away on the zenith side. Shroud guide strap is still clear on the outboard.
And copy, Kate.
And I see you, Jeff. Coming out to the outboard side. Clear along the outboard. And you can see the winch there. It's also clear. And checking the retraction envelope. I am headed to 5344 to BRT. And Nick, let me know if there's anything else you need a survey of. If any other survey is needed for...
That completes the surveys. We've got everything checked off down here. Another handrail recommendation is 5350. Your preference to make sure that you can see both Jeff's shoulder as well as the ticker when it retracts.
And I'm going to stay on 53. Let me get a BRT down in ISS, but I think I want to stay at 5344 to have a little bit more direct view of the...
Okay, we copy.
I'll look at that.
A little more RTV in the left thumb loose. But it appears acceptable to me.
And we copy, Jeff. We saw it in the WVS.
And also on my right glove. Lights are good. Tap is good.
And copy your checks, Jeff.
My right glove on the pinky finger, just a little red of TMG material. It's nothing from the Vectrian. and other than that, gloves are pristine.
And copy, Kate. And how's your hat?
I have a dry hat, outlets are in place, and I have a very good view of Jeff's left shoulder to the radiator, as well as a full view of the radiator to the end of the radiator.
Okay, copy.
And Nick, I've got a good cal on the PGT, and I'm in Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And Jeff, the setting's going to be Bravo 1, clockwise 1.
Oh, you're right, clockwise 1.
And I've got a couple warnings and cautions I need to read before we start the driving. So warning, we've got a moving hardware hazard. Avoid contact with panels and mechanisms during and after retraction. The radiator panels are free to move until secured. And then caution, minimize loads from initiation of retract until fully cinched. During retraction, continually verify no binding is occurring. If you see any obstructions or binding, stop and notify Houston. And then drive continually without stopping unless you see anomalous conditions occur. How copy?
Copy all. And Kate, I'll expect a little bit of commentary from you.
Yep, EV2 copies all. Stop motion will be our nominal stop motion call, and I will let you know good motion if I see no binding, no holdups, and nothing in the retraction envelope.
And copy, Kate.
Just for my calibration, tell me again what the torque setting is in this. The torque brake.
Bravo 1's going to be 12 foot-pounds.
Thank you.
And stand by.
Anybody?
Okay, so we're going to be go for retraction. I want to let you guys know that we might have some radicom through this process.
Copy.
Copy.
So, Jeff, you're going to push with 5 pounds of force to defeat the anti-rotation device, and you're going to drive 10 turns, stop on turns.
Copy. 10 turns, stop on turns.
And so with that, the first task ready to get underway.
Feedback, your go.
Jeff Williams has that pistol grip tool out and calibrated.
And Jeff, just watch your shoulder.
Yep.
Kay Rubins is watching both Jeff and the radiator and ready to begin retraction.
There it goes. Okay, how's my position? Okay.
You've got about 12 inches of clearance between the top of your head and the radiator.
Okay. Ready, I'm ready to start turning.
You look good, good clearance.
Turning. There's one.
Motion.
That's a good motion.
Good motion,
4.
good clearance.
Copy. 5.
Good motion, good clearance.
7.
You can see the thermal control radiator starting to retract now.
9.
Motion, good clearance.
Copy. 10.
And when you reposition, your head is a little close. If you can back your head away, maybe get a little bit more vertical for the next one.
Okay.
Complete the
You got about 5 inches.
pistol grip tool now recalibrated, up in the RPMs a little bit, so the radiator should start moving in a little bit quicker.
Okay, Jeff, you are go to continue driving the H2 torque, or the H2 bolt. Expect 40 turns. It's going to take about a minute and a half. You're going to drive to hard stop.
Okay, copy, go. About 40 turns, driving to a hard stop. How's my clearance?
You've got about 6 inches. The closest point is the top of your head and the top of your cliff to that first fold in the radiator.
Okay.
So you can't move any more inboard on your headset.
Okay.
Other than that, the radiator looks clear and you have clearance.
Okay. I'll begin turning. Ready?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Turning.
Motion.
1.
Clearance. Motion. Getting a little closer to you. Motion.
Turns.
Clearance. Verticalize if you can. For clearance. Good motion.
10 turns.
It's getting close to you.
Copy.
Good motion.
14.
And stop motion.
Stop motion. 15 turns.
Okay, you need to get vertical and get a little bit more cleared. Take a look over your left shoulder there. You see a point right there. Yep, that's what you need to stay clear of. If you can move a little bit more outward or vertical and still stay on the fold head, that'll clear you.
Okay.
And Jeff, just for your essay, we expect that if you use the same PGT position, that battery is going to kick towards you when you hit torque.
Copy. Trying to find another position here.
And you're getting close to the radiator.
Yep.
So the radiator just about halfway retracted. Jeff Williams just going to reposition himself just to make sure that he's clear of it as it comes all the way back in.
Okay, that should be clear.
That's nice. That gives you at least 12 inches of clearance.
Here we go.
Okay.
We stopped at 15 turns.
Copy.
16.
Good motion. Good clearance.
Copy. 17. 18.
Motion. Good clearance.
19. I must have changed the setting because it's pretty slow.
It is. It's slower than last time.
And I'm going to stop.
Okay. Copy.
Pump bacon. Clockwise. 1. And clockwise 2.
Okay, and how many turns did you get in
Plus
clockwise?
another 10. So that was 25.
And we have a handover coming up, 30 seconds.
And so we are in a satellite handover now. It'll be about 15 minutes or so until we get video comm back.
Motion. Clearance. Good motion. Good clearance. Good motion.
Torque that. Torque that 11.0. It's got 19 turns on it, but that's not the last. Oh yeah, it was 19 plus 10 plus 15.
Okay, copy. And Houston had a handover, so we might want to get back here in a second.
Okay.
And Jeff, Kate, back with you. I think I copied 11.0 on the torque, and then you had 1915 and plus 10 for total turns.
That's correct. Okay. Bravo 1, clockwise 2. That's confirmed. Okay, Kate, here we go.
Okay, copy.
Oops. Okay, I got a red torque light. 1.7. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And copy, those are good settings, and you got a red torque light?
It's affirmative.
And Jeff, we see that as a low torque indication, and so what we'd like you to do is, get into a good position and hit it again. We're looking for a green light.
Copy.
And you've got good clearance.
Here we go. Okay, no light, but I read 12.1 actual torque.
And copy, standby. Did you get any additional turns?
Negative.
Okay, copy, Jeff. And like to check to make sure that the anti-rotation feature is fully up.
It appears to be fully up.
Okay, copy, Jeff. I'd like you to look at the shear compression fittings on the first ticker panel and see that that's seated against the base of the ticker.
If it's not seated, it's very close.
Okay, we copy. And Jeff, can you quantify how close?
Yeah, stand by.
And Kate, if you've got advantage for those shear compression fittings, you can check your side as well.
I was looking at that as well, and at the end of the shear compression fitting, I see it less than an inch from the base.
And I got, this first one closest to me looks like about 8 maybe a quarter of an inch at the most, and the next one down at 15 looks like it's contacted.
Okay, copy, Jeff. Stand by.
And again, it'll be about 10 minutes before we get that video communication back with the station, but through the comms with both Jeff Williams and Kay Rubins, sounds like the radiator has been retracted, just verifying that it's in basically its final position before they'll be able to move on to their next task, which will be to actually cinch the radiator in place.
Figuring out what we want to do next. While they're doing that, I'm going to read off some cautions and notes for you. Watch helmet clearance with the radiator during cinch installation. Do not translate on the radiator handrails until the cinches have been torqued once. Use that handrail for compression of the radiator only. Once we've torqued the handrail cinch, then the handrail can be used as translation aids. Do not drive the cinch bolt counterclockwise at any point. Okay, Jeff, we've talked about it down here. What we'd like to do is go ahead and try one more time with Bravo 1 clockwise 2 to see if we can get those other compression fittings to come down a little lower. Otherwise, we're going to move on.
Okay. And the radiator's right over your left shoulder there, Jeff.
Copy.
That's a good body position.
Copy. Of course, whether I can maintain it with the PGT is another story, another question.
I've used my mini workstation end effector here in this worksite outside of Palm.
Okay. All right, Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Those are good settings.
And watch your feet. Good clearance. Okay, your knees contacting. Clearance.
Here we go. Torqued out. Calling that a yellow light. It's a green light at 11.9.
And copy, Jeff, 11.9 green light.
I can see that.
Copy, Jeff, 11.9.
If I can confirm, I see that green light up here from your PGT.
Yeah. Here's the visor. It looks yellow.
Okay, copy that. And did you get any additional turns, Jeff?
One color. Negative.
Okay, guys, we're going to press ahead. So we're going to move into position. Kate, you're going to H14. Jeff, you're going to be at H13 for the cinch installation.
Copy. I'm headed inboard.
Copy, H13.
And so with that, the radiator retracted.
I'm going to talk through the SIMO operations real quick. The initial compression of the radiator and the placement of the first cinch pair is a SIMO op, as well as the first PGT motor ops on each cinch pair.
Copy.
Copy.
And Station Houston on 2 for TOC and Robo.
Hey, go ahead, Steve.
And TAC, we'd like you to go to the cupola workstation, take a look at the cupola hand controller. We're seeing some voltage on the roll axis of the hand controller. You'd like to take a look and make sure that it's clear and perform a calibration of that hand controller if you could.
Okay, copy. You rock.
And do you see me BRT to 5320?
And that's affirmative, Kate.
Copy. Getting set up.
And again, both crew members now moving into position to cinch the radiator down, just ensure that it's in a good hold position. They're going to work crosswise, so Kate will be at the top left corner, and Jeff Williams will start at the bottom right corner, and they'll both at the same time attach their cinches, and then each will move to the side, and then they'll do the other two. Then after that, it will be deploying the shroud to cover the thermal control radiator, which is now retracted, and then they'll do some cleanup, and that'll be done with this first task. We're just over an hour into today's spacewalk, 1 hour, 2 minutes and counting.
BRT'd and ready for final ops when Jeff is.
Yeah, I've got my cinch out, Kate. I'm set up as well.
Okay, I don't have to cinch out yet.
Okay.
You can get that.
And copy your status. And so you're going to rotate fully counterclockwise to unthread, and then rethread 2 turns for each of those cinches.
And TAC, go ahead on 2.
And Jeff.
Okay, I think we got this. So,
Okay, you ready?
Kate, let's go ahead and compress on my mark, 321 mark.
Okay, compressing.
And I can get my cinch in, can you?
Yes, I can get my cinch in.
Okay, let's place cinches in, keeping the compression.
Okay, cinch is installed. I'm getting it seated. Okay, it is installed on H14, fully seated into the detent. The black alignment mark is
We copy. We're going to hand over.
Mine is installed.
And the EVA team reporting sounds like the cinches are in a good position. We're in a short handover. We should be getting both voice and video back from the station momentarily. But again, right now, at this point, the radiator is retracted. Crew members now, they have 4 cinches to install on each of these corners.
Alpha 3, clockwise 2. I'll let him confirm it.
And we're back with you guys. Last we heard was Kate said that she had got her cinch installed with the alignment stripe out.
Yeah, we both got our cinches installed. Both are seated. Both alignment marks are out. And we're preparing for PGT ops. And we think it's Alpha 3, clockwise 2.
Those are good settings. It's going to be 6 to 14 turns to torque.
And I can confirm on EV2, Alpha 3, clockwise 2, copy 6 to 14 turns. Let me get in position on the bolts here.
Okay. Alpha 3, clockwise 2, confirmed here. I'm going to get in a position. And there is a known interference with this spike.
Yeah. Okay, I'm in position.
Yeah, I'm in position. Let's go ahead and see if we can defeat the anti-rotation device.
Okay. I am Got the anti-rotation device feature engaged. It's really pushed in.
As do I. Okay, we will turn on my mark.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, mark.
Driving.
Up.
And
I am not driving. Let me pull this
stop.
down.
Got 2 turns on it.
And then motor. Okay. PGT got pumped off. Let me. Now. Now passed. Reconfirm alpha. 3. Clockwise 2. Okay, we'll try that again.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back in position.
Ready on your mark.
Go ahead, Nick. Okay, we'll turn on my mark.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Driving.
Driving.
3, 4.
And video now back. Driving the first 2 cinches to hold the ticker in place.
Okay, I torqued out.
I haven't torqued out yet.
Okay.
And I think I didn't have the anti-rotation feature for a couple turns. Driving again.
Okay, I torqued out at 4.7 and 8.44 turns.
And we copy that, Jeff.
And I'm still driving.
All right. You still driving?
Yeah, and I'm going to make sure I got this anti-rotation feature on. 1 second.
I think what you want to do,
No,
you might not have the, are you sure you have the cinch threaded, the initial 2 turns?
maybe that's it.
Is your cinch loose?
Yes.
Nick, if you guys concur, rather than me doing my side, since we've already done this. And if
Talk it over down here real quick and give next steps to the crew members. Again, there's going to be 4 total for them to install.
Okay, Kate, we talked about it down. Okay, Kate, we talked about it down here. We'd like you to confirm that the cinch is loose, that it's not actually holding any load, keeping the radiator compressed.
It is. It's loose. It's not holding load.
And so we're good with your plan to take it out and try to rethread it. So fully counterclockwise to fully unthread it and then rethread 2 turns.
Okay.
when you rethread it, push it in to make sure the thread's grabbed.
So right now, Kate Rubins working to get that first cinch on her corner back in. Again, these 4 cinches will just secure the radiator in place.
Yes,
It's already been successfully retracted.
and I did one trial putting it in.
You pretty confident that's what it was?
Yes, because I have the anti-rotation feature. Now, when I try to put it in, I need a little bit more compression now.
Okay.
So I think you're going to have to relax your side a bit if you think concurs.
I would suggest, I mean, don't talk about it, but I would suggest you could I'll probably conclude you can just compress it yourself and install it.
Okay.
And Kate, your go for manual compression.
There you go.
Okay. It is installed. And detent strike, that block is in the detent block alignment. Strike is out.
And we copy, Kate.
And I've got Alpha 3 clockwise 2. I'm getting in position for driving again.
Copy. Those are good settings.
And it looks like Kate Rubins has that cinch back in place now, once again at work with the pistol grip tool. And she's driving it now to get this one locked back in.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, torque, 4.6, 9.68 turns, and good green light.
And copy your readout, Kate, and stand by. We're talking over some things down here.
Copy.
Okay, Jeff and Kate, in order to make sure that we got this thing seated appropriately flat, we're going to back out 1 turn and then reseat it. So what we'd like you to do is set Alpha 3 counterclockwise 2.
confident I had the anti-rotation device fully depressed. I did get a quarter.
Thermal control radiator, which has been retracted already. And then after all the cinches are in place, the crew members will then meet up to deploy the shroud around it, just a layer of multi-layer insulation.
Okay, Jeff, Kate, we talked about it here. So what we're going to do is we're going to drive this in simultaneously. The setting's going to be alpha 3 clockwise 2, and we'll drive to torque, simo.
Alpha 3 clockwise 2.
Okay, and EV2 has Alpha 3 clockwise 2, getting into position.
Getting into position. And fully down. Anti-torque device.
Anti-rotation
devices. Down. Disengaged.
Yes, sir, good. Okay, I'm in position for driving.
You're in position? Okay.
Yeah.
On my count, 3, 2, 1, go.
Driving. 1.
Driving.
Torqued out.
Torqued out at about 5/8 of a turn. Green light.
Okay, I had 1.1 turn, 4.6 pounds, and good green light.
And I had 4.6 pounds of torque.
And that sounds great, guys. So we're going to move on to the next cinch pair, H15 and 16.
Okay, I'm going to holster my PGT.
Copy.
Okay, I'm moving to 15.
Okay, and I'm moving to 16, but getting in position here.
All right, and with that, the first 2 cinches in place, both crew members now just moving to the side to get the next 2, continuing to work in this cross-corner fashion.
Okay, Jeff and Nick, I'm in position, and I have the cinch out, and I'm just doing an assessment without any threading. And I think it can fit with no threading. I'll make sure the threads are engaged.
And copy, Kate. We see you on WVS as well as Jeff getting in position.
Yeah, I'm going to actually thread mine in several turns. Way too long. Make sure the square down below is lined up.
And I haven't installed it yet. I'm just waiting on your go.
Okay. Go ahead. If you can install it with no compression. I have installed mine with no compression. It's seated, and the alignment mark is out.
Copy, Jeff.
Okay, H16 is installed with spare parts seated and black alignment mark is out.
And Kate, your last transmission was garbled.
Copy. It looks like it's about a half-inch hole. Got peeling metal and like a little bit of black. Might have been an MMOD stripe.
And we copy. Thank you. And you guys are go to do SIMO torque ops on this cinch pair.
Okay,
Okay,
PTT.
Let me get my setup.
Alpha 3, clockwise 2.
I've got Alpha 3, clockwise 2 set, and I'll get in position.
Good setting.
Okay. And in position, and the anti-rotation device is recessed.
Okay, I am in position.
Okay, we will turn on my mark. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, turn.
Driving.
Driving. 1 turn.
1, 2,
Returns.
3,
Not torqued up.
4.
Line 4.6.
And I have torqued out 6.98, 0.6 pounds, good green light.
And copy for both. And Kate would like to confirm the torque that you read down.
0.6.
Copy 4.6. And Jeff, can we get your turn count if you still got it?
4.22.
And copy, Jeff. Okay, guys, so we're good to move back to the initial cinch pair and do the second round of torquing.
Copy.
Nick, before we do that, I'm getting your photo of this MMOD, what ported MMOD stripe.
Sounds good, Kate. Thanks.
Jeff, I'm moving back to H14.
Okay, and I'm moving to 13.
Okay, I'm back at H14. I have Alpha 3 clockwise 2.
I'm at H13.
need to be SIMO?
Negative.
Negative.
We're done with the SIMO ops.
Copy.
And so at this point, all 4 cinches are installed. They're just back at the original 2, just ensuring that those are fully seated.
Okay, Nick, I've got 2 quarter turns. That's going to make a half a turn total. The anti-rotation feature is back at popped up again.
And copy that, Kate. And Kate, you're good to move over to H16 and set up. We just wanted you to hold off before driving.
I have Alpha 3, clockwise 2 set.
And copy that, Kate. Also just make sure you put it back in motor.
Thank you.
And once you've got that set, Kate, you're go to drive to torque.
Alpha 3, clockwise 2, back in motor.
Copy, Jeff. Good settings. Your go to drive to torque.
And I torqued out immediately. 0 turns, it's reading 0.39 on the display, but it basically is the almost immediate torque. 0.7 on the torque, good green light.
I got a green light, 4.6, about a little less than a quarter of a turn.
And copy, Jeff. And Kate confirmed that was 4.6 on the torque value.
Confirmed.
Go ratchet, 1/2 turn.
And I am in ratchet clockwise.
And your go for that half turn.
Copy.
Complete. Complete on H15.
And copy that, Jeff. Anti-rotation device is up.
What's up?
Complete on H16, 1/2 turn and ratchet clockwise. Anti-rotation feature is popped up.
Okay, copy. That's good. Cinch installation. I show that complete. When you guys get cleaned up there, we'll do a glove, gauntlet, and hap check.
Copy.
Copy. EB1, glove, gauntlet, and hap check, all nominal.
Copy, Jeff.
Two, gloves are pristine, gauntlets are in place, dry hat.
actually. That looks like beyond 5303.
So just to recap at this point, the cinches, the 4 cinches holding the trailing thermal control radiator are in place now, moving to unstrap and deploy the shroud, which will go over the radiator just to offer a little bit of extra protection. The radiator was retracted manually some time ago by Jeff Williams. A little over 1 hour, 34 minutes into today's spacewalk, everything continuing to move along per the timeline.
Currently is. Let me know where I need to move it.
Copy that, Kate. So the target for moving that is to 5341.
Okay, and I see 5341 that's got a shorter strap on it.
And Jeff, I copied that you said that the long guide strap hook is on 5303 currently.
That's affirmative.
And so Capcom ground IV Nick Hague, NASA astronaut, just calling out the various handrails for the crew members to move to.
Was to create slack to make the shroud installation go a little smoother, so you can release some of the slack that's pulled in with the turnbuckle.
Okay, understand.
Nick, how much slack do you want out of this? Because I can give you even more slack if I move it to the nadir handrail, C5341, but if I move it to the nadir handrail of C338, you'll get even more slack. Zenith handrail 5338.
And copy, Kate. And again, the goal is to create some slack so that we can make it a little more easy to install the shroud, but too much slack will become more difficult to manage.
I figured that as much, so I'll put it where you told me to on 5341.
And copy,
I
Kate.
want to give you guys an option. Okay, log guide strap is installed on the Zenith side 5341. That's the inboard standoff.
And copy, Kate. So with that, you'll translate back inboard, and we'll start to work on releasing the shroud.
Copy. Copy.
I'm going to try to go to the center wire tie first.
Copy, Jeff.
Yeah, I've got a rat on it.
center wire tie.
If you've got the center wire tie off.
Working on the zenith wire tie.
Sure.
I installed these a few times in the pool.
Did you?
Yep. Funny enough, you put them on out here.
I've got the center wire tie in my trash bag.
Copy, Jeff.
Working on the later one. How you doing, Kate?
Good, I'm going to get the BR2 cleaned up.
What's the sun?
And Kate, now might be a good time for you to go out and snag those photos of that MMOD strike while Jeff finishes up with that last.
Okay, and I still need to get the wire tie in my trash bag, so let me get cleaned up and then I'll be on my way.
Copy.
Right now, the crew members working to get that cover installed shortly, all 4 cinches installed on the retracted radiator, which getting a good view of through Jeff Williams' helmet cam. Again, if you're following along, you can differentiate between the 2 astronauts' helmet cams by the number in the lower right corner. Williams has that number 17. Kate Rubins has the number 20. and shortly, once they're done with a couple of survey photos, be able to start deploying this shroud around the ticker, the trailing thermal control radiator, and that'll be the final task other than cleanup for this, the primary task of today's spacewalk. Right now, we're 1 hour and 44 minutes into today's EVA, planned to last 6.5 hours if all of the nominal tasks are completed. Once this ticker task is done, they'll do a little bit more work together to get set up for Jeff Williams's next task to install and replace a light and install a new HD camera before they go their separate ways, and Kate Rubins goes off and does a couple of maintenance tasks out on the truss segment of the International Space Station where they're currently working to finish all of their work with this radiator. But still not tracking any issues with the suits, everything going well, some minor hiccups with some bolts, but for those that follow spacewalks, not an unusual occurrence. But everything continuing to move smoothly so far with today's spacewalk, the 37th out of the Quest airlock in history, the 5th career spacewalk for Jeff Williams, and the 2nd for Kate Rubins.
And Kate, the bottom 4 or 5 panels of the radiator should be exposed even with the shroud installed. So if your MMOD strike is there, then we may be able to go ahead and do the shroud and then take the photos afterwards if that works better.
Okay, I just need a second or two to get cleaned up here, so if you guys can let me get to a good stopping point, then we can start with the shroud, but give me a minute.
Copy. No rush. We've got about 20 seconds to a handover. We'll talk to you in a minute.
Got my wire tie in my trash bag. My camera's out for taking pictures, but if you guys would like us to work on the shroud first, I can do that.
Will we cover your MMOD strike, or?
And we're back with you guys.
It's panel up.
Why don't you go get the picture?
Yeah, I'm going to get a faraway picture since I'm right here in BRT, and then go get close one.
Okay.
Sounds like a great plan, guys.
And back here in Mission Control Houston, we'll just a short handover, get that video back very quickly, but continuing to walk through this shroud deployment over the ticker, the trailing thermal control radiator, the shroud just to offer a little bit of extra protection from MMOD, micrometeoroids, and orbital debris for the now retracted radiator. The whole point of retracting this radiator just to put it in a better configuration for long-term storage, essentially. It's a very high priority spare, but not currently in use anymore ever since it was taken back out of the cooling system of Power Channel 2B during a spacewalk by NASA's Kjell Lindgren and Scott Kelly back in November of last year. The ticker was used for a couple of years when ground controllers and crew on board were trying to isolate the location of a very small ammonia leak. Ammonia used in as the primary cooling fluid for a lot of these external systems. Just like down here on Earth, electronics tend to generate heat, and that heat needs to be carried away, and without the natural convection, you need to use active cooling systems, so ammonia used And then a small leak was detected in the cooling channel for power channel 2B, and it was very slow over time. They tried to isolate and took the photovoltaic radiator out of the loop for 2B, which is the prime method for cooling, and we're using the ticker, but then when a much larger spike and an increase in the rate of leakage was observed, they ended up replacing a pump flow control subassembly, that happening back in May of 2013, and that eventually stopped the leak, but the ticker was still in use. So ever since that spacewalk last November, the main photovoltaic radiator, or the PVR, is now being used again, and the ticker is out of the cooling loop right now for that power channel. So the crew members working to retract it, put it in a good stow location, just in case it's ever needed again in the future. This just to put it in the best possible configuration and protect it from any orbital debris strikes or anything of that nature. But the radiator at this point has been retracted. Jeff Williams executing that with the pistol grip tool manually, while Kate Rubins looked on and made sure he stayed well out of the way, and also observed the actual retraction of the radiator, making sure it went smoothly. Then the astronauts worked in tandem to drive 4 cinches in place just to further secure the radiator, and now coming up just to deploy this shroud. Then they'll have some cleanup tasks, and this first major task for the day will be completed.
So now that we got those photos, we'll move back to the inboard side of the ticker and look for that short hook and start trying to install the shroud.
Copy.
Give me a second to get my camera put back away.
Okay. Actually, it's going to take me a little bit here. I got another wire tie.
Copy, Jeff. We see it in your WVS.
You can see over Jeff Williams' shoulder working to remove a wire tie as they get the straps out to get this shroud loosened up, and then they'll be able to move it in place over the thermal control radiator. And then once this shroud is deployed, they'll just have a couple of quick cleanup tasks. One of those will be Jeff Williams going out and grabbing the foot restraint that he's going to be installing into the robotic arm, as he's going to be riding that under the control of Takuya Onishi from back inside the station for his second task of the day.
Holding all the loops of the
Yes.
guide straps together.
Yep.
I'll work on that one.
Bonus.
You know, I remember putting those on in the pool. I should have thought about that. I've got that extra wire tray removed and getting it in my trash bag.
Okay.
Copy, Kate.
You've got yours, Jeff?
I've got mine in the trash bag. I moved my local to the long strap.
Better check if that's legal.
And Jeff, that's a legal place for your waste tether?
Understand that is a legal place. Thank you.
It is legal.
Just making you feel this.
No legal?
You can do it.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to be an outlaw.
While we're talking about rules, the handrails on top of the radiator, or you can use those to translate now.
Okay. And now is when it's 45 pounds limit, or was that earlier?
And stand by, we're checking on the load.
Okay.
Nick, while you're checking on that, it looks like there is the very end of the shroud has a hook on it, and that is looped around itself around the long side strap. I think I'm going to need to undo that in order to move the shroud down. Unless you want it looped to itself, I don't think we can get it up over the top.
And Kate, that's affirmative. You can loosen, you have to take that off.
And look. Do you have that as well?
Describe, I'm sorry, which...
It's the very end. It's the hook. You can see it in my hand here. The hook to the corner of the shroud, and that was around, looped around itself and then to a handrail to kind of pull it down.
Yes.
So you're going to need to do that.
Yeah, mine's free. I'm actually worried about us getting over that. I got enough.
Let me reposition here. For me,
And Jeff, those handrails are good for translation.
Okay, thank you.
Give me a second to reposition.
And Jeff and Kate, you might find that putting the bulk of the shroud on top of the radiator before extending it might prevent it from getting snagged up.
That's what I'm working on right now, bringing that bulk over the top. And actually it works well to have Jeff take the ends, and I'm working on the bulk down here.
And copy. We see it in WVS.
Worked really nice.
So Jeff, when you get outboard, you're going to be looking for handrail 5331. You want to make sure you check your safety tethers not under the strap. But 5331 is where you're going to put the short hook.
Copy.
I'm just going to check here at the base, make sure we're completely unfolded. Looks like there's another couple Velcro straps. This thing is wrapped up good. Do you see these Velcro straps on my WVS?
And your WVS is a little ratty. We're looking.
Can you say the handrail? I'm going with my short strap.
Yeah, Jeff, it's 5331. And Kate, if the shroud reaches, if it covers the ticker and you're able to get the short hook all the way to the destination, there shouldn't be any need to release the Velcro.
Okay, copy. I'll leave that intact and go on the upward.
And from this view, you can see the shroud now just about in place. First, some short straps just to get it situated, and then a long guide strap to add some tension just to make sure that this shroud stays secure in place over the radiator. Crew members just going to double check that their safety tethers don't get strapped in as well.
Copy, Jeff. That looks good. And Jeff, the next step is going to be to tighten up that long strap, but we're going to want to make sure that Kate's got her end secured with that short strap and it's centered up before we do that.
How you doing, Kate?
Good, I'm working my way up there. My PGT is completely a little flip thing when you plug it in. Very loose, so I'm using it a lot.
Okay.
Kate, you're going to be looking for handrail 5338.
Okay, 5338, and we'll go to the Venus, or that would be the forward standoff.
That's affirmative, the one closer to the ticker.
Yeah, Nick, for my long strap, I'm going to be going around 5303, right? And then back starboard?
Jeff, you're going to release it, and then you're going to wrap it around the same handrail stanchion that you put the short hook on, and then take it inboard to an inboard handrail.
Okay, copy.
Okay, Nick, the short hook is on 5338, the forward standoff.
Okay, copy that. And just want to check your safety tether and make sure it's not under.
It is not under. Good check, thank you.
Okay, so I think we're ready to install the long guide strap. And so, just like Jeff's doing, Kate, you're going to remove it from its current location, wrap it around that same stanchion that you put the short hook on, and then take it to an inboard handrail.
Copy. Good work.
And so for Kate Rubins, the short strap now in place, going back to get the longer one, and as you just heard, ground IV.
It is not going to go all the way to the inboard handrail right now. And it's fully out in terms of the cam buckle, but I can wrap it around and take it back again to 5341 and get a good amount of tension.
And that sounds like a good plan. Loop it around 5331.
5341, and I actually think the best thing is to go to the outboard stanchion of 5341.
And stand by, Kate. And Kate, so the handrail that the short hook goes to is 5338?
That's correct.
That's the same handrail that we're going to wrap around the long guide strap.
But you want the long guide strap wrapped around 5341 as well?
Negative. You can release it from there. It's only going to wrap around 5338.
See. Okay, it is wrapped around 5338. And what's the final destination?
Kate, for you, it's 5329. And Jeff, we had called out 5326 for you.
Copy 5326.
Good read back. And the goal is to just remove all the slack.
Okay, Nick, if it's wrapped around 5338, it will not reach to 539.
Can you extend it?
Oh, it's at the end of its extension.
And Kate, just want to verify that you're just going around the forward stanchion of 5338.
Correct.
And stand by, Kate.
And Nick, an option for you, it will reach out with the outboard stand-up of 5341, and that gives it some good tension.
And copy, Kate. Stand by, we're talking about it.
And how much of the shroud do you have going down the side?
Probably not much. Like the bed sheets pulled over towards you.
No, it's not. I got about, I don't know, 8 inches or so.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. I think we're in good, I think we're centered.
And Kate, just want to confirm that we don't have any slack hung up along the length of the shroud and that you've got it fully extended.
Yeah, let me double check the long buckle. Okay, good call. I given it a pull test earlier and thought it was at the end of its extension. But I can get a few more inches out. I should be able to
Copy, Kate. Good
reach
news.
the inboard handrail now. Okay, it's going under 5338. Oh, still won't reach. It's at the end of its extension.
Kate, an alternative location is attaching that hook to the aft stanchion of 5338 and then pulling up the slack with the buckle. And Jeff, next task for you is part of the ticker cleanup is to grab the APFR off with 18.
Okay. Before I do that, Kate, does that look like it's going to be
it does. It
solution?
It did. It got to the aft standoff of 5338, and I'm able to take the slack out, working on that now.
Very good. Good news.
And Kate, as you pull that slack out, we'll just want to make sure that those guide straps don't interfere with any of the IEA units that are there.
Okay, copy, and I will confirm that for you.
Okay, Nick, I have a red on the APFR.
Copy that, Jeff. So we're going to put that on your BRT and do some glove and gauntlet hap checks, and then we'll get you going inboard.
Okay.
And so while Kate Rubins continues to get this final strap in place.
The inner strap, sorry, there's a strap that's attached to the forward standoff of 5338. The long strap is attached to the aft standoff of 5338, and the slack is taken out such that the long strap is parallel to 5338 and should not interfere with anything in the IEA.
Okay, good words, Kate, and we've got a great picture in the WVS of the final configuration. So you're going to head back towards your green hook location.
Copy.
And Nick, you probably see me struggling with this APFR, trying to get it to release.
And copy, Jeff. We're watching.
Get the paddles in.
And Jeff Williams working now to pick up an APFR, an articulating portable foot restraint that he's going to be attaching to the end of the space station's robotic arm.
The paddles depressed. Can you verify that you've got the collar rotated white on black?
Affirmative. Oh, there we go. Wasn't quite far enough.
And again, that foot restraint is going to get attached to the end of the space station's robotic arm, and then Williams will be strapping his feet in, as his next task coming up is going to be the installation of a new HD camera and the replacement of a light on that camera port. The light currently burned out, so going to swap it out with a new one and then install that HD camera. He'll be doing that from the tip of the robotic arm, which will be in the control of Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi, standing by inside the space station.
And Station Houston on 2 for TAC and Robo.
Steve, go ahead.
And we're going to be picking up shortly, so you have a go for step 2.2 of the EVA ticker resto SSRMS procedure, and we'll get the camera routing shortly.
Copy, Jeff.
I have a go for step 2.2 of EVA ticker resto SSRMS procedure.
And that's affirmative. Jeff, you're going to follow her in. So when you pause, we'll take a glove, gauntlet, and hap check.
Okay. Lock check is good. Just a progression of the RTV and the two thumbs. Half check is good, and gauntlets are good.
Copy, Jeff. Thanks for the checks.
Jeff, I've done my flip, and I am headed nadir.
Okay.
And when you both arrive at your green hooks, we're going to pick those up.
Clear my tether.
I see that, and I'm on the nadir path. It's my green hook, which is clear.
Okay.
And so the lead spacewalk officer, John Malarski, reporting all the tasks done with the ticker, the trailing thermal control radiator. So it has been successfully retracted, cinched in place, and the cover now over it, protecting it a little bit more. And so just in cleanup steps now, Jeff Williams already retrieving that foot restraint. They'll do their usual glove and hap checks. The hap is the helmet absorption pad. That's just an additional piece of hardware inside the helmet, just in the event of water ever being introduced. The crew members routinely ask to check that throughout just to ensure it's still dry.
Reel is unlocked.
Copy. And you are, Kate, you're headed back to the airlock to get the CP9 bag.
Affirmative.
And Station Houston on 2 for robotics.
Hung over the top of your tether, but I see it clear.
Okay. I see it clear as well.
Go ahead on 2.
And Doc, you have a go for 2.3, and you are primed for camera routing and pointing.
Copy. Go for step 2.3, then I'm going to be the prime for camera routing and setting.
That's a good copy. Thanks a lot.
And so with this first task completed and now in the books, it's on to the next for both Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins. For Jeff Williams, it's moving over to the space station's robotic arm, the space station's Canadarm2, where he's going to do some setup, getting that foot restraint installed. And meanwhile, NASA's Kate Rubins will configure the HD camera and get that set up to hand off to Jeff Williams. Then Williams will climb into the foot restraint, and then Takuya Onishi will fly him over to camera port 9, where he will first replace a burned out light and then install the new HD camera just next to the currently installed SD standard definition camera. And while he's doing that, Kate Rubins will move back over to the SARJ, the Solar Alpha Rotary Joint, and tighten a number of bolts over there just to improve performance on that. Take some photos and then also install some MLI, some multi-layer insulation over some hardware on the outboard part of station, and then that'll be her final task for the day.
And I've got a little bit of RTD peeling on my left index finger. No Vectran is visible. No cut Vectran.
Copy, Kate.
If you guys are good, I'll continue inboard.
Affirmative. Your good checks. Your go to continue to the airlock.
And so at this moment, Jeff Williams going over to that setup position for the robotic arm. And while he's doing that, Kate Rubins is going to translate back to the airlock and retrieve the bag with all of the equipment for this light replacement and camera installation. And then once she gets back over to Jeff Williams' location, she'll hand the bag off to him and then move on to her other tasks as just outlined before.
Okay, I'm on the seat of handrail.
Copy that, Jeff. Mile marker we've got called out in the procedure is 9780.
Just off my right side.
9780, copy.
I am passing the slingshot point.
I'm at 9780.
And copy, Jeff. And Jeff, you're going to have a bit. We're still configuring for the GCA.
Copy.
Jeff, I'm under the MT.
I'm watching. Looking good.
Okay, I'm on the other side of the Cedar Spur. Headed back to the Cedar Spur.
Looking good.
And ground copy.
So again, right now, Jeff Williams is in position. He's going to be working with Takuya Onishi inside the space station soon to begin setting up the foot restraint on the robotic arm, and he'll be strapping his feet in, and Onishi will be flying him over to the camera port where he's going to be installing a new HD camera and replacing a light. And meanwhile, NASA astronaut Kate Rubins making her way back to the Quest airlock, where she's going to get a large ORU, a large bag with all of that camera hardware inside, and then bring it back over to where Jeff Williams is currently located.
Let you know the ground is go for GCA when talk's ready.
Okay. Standing by.
This is M1. M1 is ready.
Well, Doc, I'm ready out here, and as we briefed, I suggest you just go to the expected position, and I'll watch your clearances.
Copy. In-lock.
And again, for this operation, Onishi's going to be controlling the robotic arm from inside the station, and Jeff Williams is going to be talking with him throughout, just keeping an eye on the arm, and he'll be directing him for fine-tuning the motions to bring the arm into range so he can install that foot restraint.
At the Cedar Spur.
Okay, Jeff, M1, I'm going to move the arm station up 1 meter, but you can start GCA anytime.
Copy, station F 1 meter.
Starting motion.
I see motion, good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Continue.
Continue.
Good motion, Todd, continue.
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 Okay, continue. Passing 1 meter.
Okay. Continue just a little bit longer. And you can stop motion.
Please stopping. Do you like it?
Stand by, let me get a little closer. I like it.
Okay, I'm gonna apply brakes on.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff, the clocking position.
Brakes on, here go for ATFR install and ingress.
Copy. Were you talking?
Yeah, Jeff, clocking is 12 for the install.
12 o'clock. Thank you.
And for both of you, some big picture words. We're running about a half hour ahead of timeline, and consumables are looking really good, so we're marching along great.
Okay.
Copy. Good to hear. At the airlock lock.
Copy, Kate.
And so the robotic arm flown into place now for Jeff Williams to begin installing that foot restraint. Meanwhile, Kate Rubins just about at the airlock entrance. She's on the airlock, and she'll be going in to get that bag with the camera supply equipment.
Повтори еще раз, очень плохо слышу.
And with that, we hit another gap now in our video comm with the station. Should be about 13 minutes this time until we reacquire that signal. But as you just heard, the ground IV Nick Hague radio up to the crew, running about 30 minutes ahead on the timeline. So far, they're 2 hours, 33 minutes into today's spacewalk, which started officially at 6:53 a.m. Central, 7:53 a.m. Eastern, when both crew members switched their suits over to battery power. The first task has been completed successfully. The prime task for today's spacewalk, the retraction of that trailing thermal control radiator. And that was done successfully with both crew members working in tandem. First, Jeff Williams manually retracting the radiator under the close eye of Kate Rubins, and then they worked both together to install 4 cinches to keep it in place, and then deployed that shroud successfully, cleaned up, and are now on to their next task.
Okay, copy, Kate.
Коррекцию по Москве ВСГ-2 для Олега. Олег, повтори.
And the teams here in Mission Control Houston following every step of the way.
Came in a little too far, so I'm going to have you move back to what you thought was the expected position.
Okay, I'm going to move this station forward.
Station forward sounds good.
Okay, Nick, the thermal cover is open.
Copy, Kate.
SSRMS brakes off and starting motion. You can stop me anytime.
Okay. See good motion.
Copy, good motion.
And I'm going to let you go to the expected position.
Copy.
Actually stop motion there.
Stopping.
Okay, that's a good position.
SSRMS brakes on, and you go for APFR install.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, you're coming in a little weak and broken.
Okay, I'll try to speak. How's that? Is
There
that
you go.
better?
Yep.
Okay.
And we copied all on the ground, loud and clear.
Okay.
Might be some blockage because I'm in the airlock.
APFR is installed at 12 o'clock. Panels are open, black on black. Pull test, twist test.
Copy, good checks, Jeff. It's going to be Papa, Foxtrot 6.
Papa Fox 6.
Nick, my BRT ret is on the scoop handle on the large RU bag, and the large small ret from the airlock is back on the D-ring extender.
Copy, Kate.
Papa, 5-6. Okay, so now I'm going to transfer my safety tether, correct?
That's affirmed. You're going to split your safety tether pack. So the first step is verifying your green and red hooks are locked.
Red hook is locked. Green hook is locked. Actually, let me, closer checking this. Yes, green hook, bail closed. Looks like black and black.
And copy those checks, Jeff, so you're good to detach your yellow hook and attach it to the lee handrail forward stanchion.
Copy.
And Nick, the CP9 bag is on my BRT. Jaws are locked and paddles are out. If you concur, I will close the thermal cover.
Copy that. That's the next step. And if you could check your safer handles as well.
Ah, good call.
Okay, yellow hook is on the end effector, forward stanchion, tails closed, hooks locked, black on black.
And can you check the reel?
Reel is unlocked.
Copy, Jeff. And so you're go to attach the green hook back to P1.
Copy.
And Nick, my safer handles are down.
Copy that, Kate. And so closing the thermal cover, we get confirmation for that, then you're good to translate back to P1.
Thermal cover is closed.
Ground copies.
And so just to recap where we are right now, we should get that video back in about 6 minutes. Right now, Jeff Williams has that foot restraint installed onto the end effector of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. He's just verifying all of his tether hooks now. Once all of these are in place, he'll get the go to ingress or put his feet in basically into the foot restraint.
Kate's safety tether underneath it.
And while he's doing that, Kate Rubins has gone back to the airlock, successfully retrieved the bag with all of the camera port equipment, and is now making her way back towards Jeff Williams' location.
On 3690, it's fairly around the handrail that I'm going to ingress on. So,
copy, Jeff. That sounds good. Okay, copy, Jeff. So you are go to GCA for APFR ingress if you need to.
Okay, copy.
And I see we're coming up on night. My visor is up.
And is mine.
Okay, Nick, I've reassembled my safety tether pack to pick up my green hook, and I'm ready to head out to Jeff.
Okay, copy that. Kate, you're go to translate out.
happen to see the spur, they have burn.
Okay. Is that burn?
It is not bothering me.
That's good.
It's tucked in nicely away from structure.
Ten seconds to handover.
Copy.
And so we'll be getting those video views back in just a few moments. The station just passed into an orbital nighttime, so it should be dark when we get these views back of the spacewalking duo.
Welcome back.
But very shortly, Kate Rubins will arrive back with the camera bag in tow to hand off to Jeff Williams, who's making its way into the foot restraint on the end of the robotic arm. And for Williams, the next task will be to install and replace a camera light that recently burned out, then install a new high-definition camera alongside the current standard def one on camera port 9. And then while he's doing that, Kate Rubins will make her way out to the SARJ, the solar alpha rotary joint, in order to tighten struts on 3 alpha joint interface structures. You'll hear them called AJISs.
I just hung up on a couple of things here at the lab. It's in the pool too.
Copy.
Fix it at the lab.
But for now, 2 hours, 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, the crew's still running about 30 minutes ahead. So working very efficiently so far through this, the second spacewalk for both Williams and Rubins together.
And I'm on the MT.
And as you can see from this view, Williams' feet inside that APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint. He's going to get locked in, and then Takuya Onishi from inside the station will swing the arm down a little bit and maneuver him over to camera port 9 for him to begin this replacement and install work.
Copy, Kate.
And Jeff, I see you nicely in the arm. I see your tether in the arm.
Okay. Still working on left heel.
Okay, and I can come assist in passing the slingshot rotation.
And as you can see, Kate Rubins arriving on site now. That large bag tethered to her spacesuit, ready to hand off to Jeff Williams.
I'm going to put down a local and I can see if I can help. I see your toe in. Maybe you need to get your toe in just a little bit further. Okay. And click out. So up on the back of the plate. There you go. Drop down. I think you're relax your body position a little bit. Your instep is up towards you. So it needs to be flat, a little flatter. Completely relaxed.
My left one?
On your left instep, yeah, your foot's kind of rolled inward.
Looks like it's in, no.
It is looking in. I see your instep up a little bit. You're pulling it out? Okay, I see your heel engaged. Good job.
Okay.
First.
Thank you. Okay, so how about if you GCA talk?
Okay, I'm going to move the bag away from the arm.
Because I think I need to come towards you.
I actually think if you see where the bag is, you should be able to reach it right away.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Disappears for you.
You are awesome.
And when you're ready to it, let me know. I'm going to pull it back towards me because my ERT ret is to the scoop handle.
Okay. So what do you want me to ret to?
Let me release my BRT. Wanted to make sure you were ready for it.
Okay.
And I'll flip the bag around for you.
Okay.
You should see the handle there.
Got it.
And if you've got access, you're welcome to release the ret on the scoop, or you can hand it back to me.
Okay. Okay, here comes your ret.
Okay, ready for it.
Here comes.
Okay. Got it.
Got it.
Ready.
All right, I'm going to let you clear out of the way, and then we're talking the truck.
Okay, that's back on my BRT. I'll head up.
Okay. Careful out there.
Thank you. Not gone far. You need my safety feather anywhere in particular? And on the slingshot anchor.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Just made it out of the envelope for
it is.
me going forward. Okay. And as far as you can tell, I'm clear station forward, right?
You are clear station forward. Make sure the ingress aid is tucked in, and you might want to use your grabber daddy to hold on to it. And that's the closest point of approach.
Okay.
Right now, that's about 12 inches from the station.
Okay.
Are we talking about that centimeters?
Kate, are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm just giving you just clearance from station. The ingress aid is the closest point right now, and he's got that tucked in, and that's about
and
25
guys,
centimeters from station.
Kate, we want to break in. We want to try to recover Jeff's WVS. We think he may have inadvertently bumped it when he was doing his ingress. If he could check to make sure it's powered on.
Okay, let me get a local down. Hold on.
It is powered on. I'll go ahead and cycle it.
Copy, Jeff. Thanks.
and you need the finger a little bit more in the front. There you go. Okay, just a good push. And if you bend towards me, I can check the light. There you go. Green light is on.
Green light, yep.
Bend a little bit towards me. Yeah, I can confirm green light on.
Thank you.
Okay, copy that. And Jeff, I was just trying to track along. Did you put the mini workstation end effector on the ingress aid?
Negative. It is very stiff, so it's not moving.
Okay, copy that. And if we could get a glove and hap check from both of you, this is a good time to do that.
Sure.
Maybe one glove and hap check looks good, just more RTV on the thumbs.
TV2, good glove and hap check, same RTV feeling on the left index finger as reported earlier. Gloves are pristine, hap is dry.
Okay. Copy that. And Kate, if we can get a gauntlet check, you're going to be heading outboard.
My gauntlets are in place.
Okay, copy. So Jeff, I'm going to hand you back over to Talk, and so you can direct him for the backup position.
Okay. When you're ready, I think we can go direct station forward.
Copy. I'll take you station forward about 2.5 meters.
Okay.
And so with Jeff Williams secure in the foot restraint and the bag handed off, he's ready to begin this replacement activity and the new installation of an HD camera. So again, first he's going to replace a burned out light on camera port 9 and then install a new HD camera.
Copy.
Takuya Onishi from inside the station driving Canadarm2, so flying Williams around a little bit up into this camera port. And then meanwhile, Kate Rubins is going to make her way back out to the Sarge, the Solar Alpha rotary joint. And she's going to be tightening a couple of bolts on what's known as the AJIS, the alpha joint interface structure. One of these bolts was tightened back on EVA number 33, and ground controller saw some improvements in the joints data, so wanting her to go and tighten 3 more bolt struts 1, 2, and 3. And then she'll also conduct an inspection during a day pass and take photos for further analysis by teams down here on the ground.
No green hook required.
It's desired. I'm dropping it. See the handrail. 1030 mile marker.
And we copy.
Never mind, it won't go there.
Stop the motion.
Okay, copy, stop motion.
Okay, I'm setting up for next FOR broadcast.
Copy, Talk.
You have another suggested handrail. Small hook, so won't go on the CD handrail.
And stand by, Kate. And Kate, if you look at the stanchion, there should be a tether point for the cedar handrail on those stanchions.
Yeah, is that, can I get the green hook around that?
We think so.
Okay. I continue outboard and see if I can find a place a little bit past the Sarge.
The flange might be narrower at the very end of the seat handrail.
Gotcha. Suggestion.
Okay, Jeff, I'm going to start F4 rockets starting motion.
I'm ready, Doc. I see motion.
Copy.
I got my green hook at 10350.
Copy, Kate. And so you're headed out to the crew lock bag to get the wire tie caddy.
Copy. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Just along for the ride for a moment.
Excellent.
How about you?
I'm good. I am outboard of the side, headed to the crew lock bag.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see you.
Okay, motion stop. Setting up for next maneuver.
Copy, Doc.
Jeff, while talk's setting up, I've got a couple cautions to read for you. Avoid contact with the light cover glass. Reflective coating may be damaged. Use flat palm on the grill and minimize contact with the surfaces of the light to avoid damaging the Z93, and avoid contact with the camera silver tape. How copy?
Copy all, Nick.
I think I'm at the crew lock bag.
Copy, Kate. So you're going to retrieve the wire ties out of there and then return the crew lock bag doors towards structure.
Okay, Jeff, this is Zach. I'm ready for the next maneuver. I'll take you for the CP9 light, approximately 2.5 meters, but you can start GCA at any time.
Okay, Doc, copy.
And Jeff, I see you there.
All right.
Okay, starting motion.
I got you too. Copy, Doc. good, Doug.
Copy. 1 meter from expected location.
Copy.
And you can see Jeff Williams creeping up now on camera port 9 with Takuya Onishi at the controls of the robotic arm moving him in slowly. He has that large bag tethered to his mobile workstation on the front of his spacesuit. Inside is a replacement light and the new HD camera that he'll soon be installing.
I see you ramp it out.
The light replacement's up first though, so
Review the initial
he'll unbolt that light and put it in the bag and then install the new one.
Okay, Jeff. So you're going to need to first access the pan-tilt locking mechanism. Then you're going to want to remove the light. We're going to work on the light first, install the light, and then we'll move into the high-def camera.
Okay, copy. Todd, can you move me toward my feet? Let's say 1 foot or so.
Copy. Body down in rock. Starting motion.
Okay. About 1/4 of a meter. Good motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Continue.
Continue.
Okay, stop motion.
Motion stopped.
Okay, this will be a good position, Todd.
Copy. GCA complete.
GCA complete.
And here through Jeff Williams' helmet cam, you can see the light fixture, that white part with the grill on front of it. That's going to be removed first.
Okay, Jeff, just something we noticed during the GCA. It looks like you may have rolled to your left 1 click. That may affect how we approach things or how you approach things, but just for your awareness, we're not trying to correct it.
Okay. Yeah, I felt that too.
And Jeff Robo's looked at it. It shouldn't affect our clearances.
The first thing I'm going to do is put a tether. And I'm going to lock the pan tilt unit.
And stand by, Jeff.
Okay.
Crew lock back doors are pointed inward. I've retrieved the wire tie caddy.
And Jeff, your go to lock the pan tilt.
Okay.
I know you guys are talking, but if you are good, then I will head inboard to the Aegis strat number 3.
And copy that, Kate. Just want to confirm the crew lock back doors are towards structure.
The crew lock back doors are towards structure.
Okay, that's great. You're go to translate back inboard to the Sarge.
Okay, headed inboard.
And then confirm it's a push in, turn 90 degrees clockwise.
And that is affirmative, Jeff.
I think I'm only be able to push it in part way. No.
And Jeff, if the pan tilt is not aligned with the hole that locking pin's going to go through, you may need to rotate the pan tilt mechanism to align it.
Okay.
And so right now, Jeff Williams, again, attached on the end of the robotic arm. He's working through the first part of this camera port 9 task. He's going to be removing the failed light, which is then going to be replaced by a new one that he's got in that large bag floating just in front of the camera view. And meanwhile, Kate Rubins is retrieved the wire tie caddy and is moving back out towards where they were a little bit earlier when they did the ticker retract. She's going to be over on the SARJ, the Solar Alpha rotary joint.
Do the Aegis bolt that we're not going to get, and I'm going to go zenith.
Copy that, Kate.
I think it's better to go around inboard.
That's affirmative.
Okay.
And again, Rubin's tasks are going to be to tighten the 3 Aegis bolts, the alpha joint interface structure. It's 3 struts that she's going to be retorquing and just tightening down.
We're talking about it. So, Jeff, just to kind of confirm that it is aligned, the standard def camera that's on there should be facing a base plate just below it, the lens of that, and so that should be aligned when it's in the stowed position.
It is facing the base plate.
Okay, copy. We're talking about it.
Does this lock 1 degree of freedom only? Correct.
And Jeff, the initial push in should be about a ½ inch of travel.
Yeah, I'm unable to find that lined place, able to push it in.
So, Jeff, there's a pin that has to get aligned. So if you jiggle the camera, you may be able to find that pin. It is going to be in 2 degrees.
2 degrees of freedom. Pitch in, go.
Affirmative.
Nick, I am at Aegis bolt number 3. On the SARJ side, I see handrail 3870 on the BRT there.
Copy, Kate. That checks. Good number.
I can feel it, but I just can't get it so aligned so it will go with a ½ an inch, be able to rotate it.
We copy, Jeff, and we see you maneuvering it in your WVS. We're talking about it.
Okay.
Nick, on HS fault number 3, I can confirm the current is in the cup interface and everything looks good structurally. I'll do a wiggle test.
Copy that, Kate. PGT settings are Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Actually, there's enough running torque where it seems to me this task can be done without it being locked.
Copy, Jeff. We're thinking the same thing. We'd like you to try to push it away from you. We think it may be aligned. It could be just the way it looks in our video down here. But it looks like the camera's tilted toward you.
Okay. Oops.
Nick, I get 0 motion in the direction of the bolt on the wiggle test. I'm going to hit it with a PGT, Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Copy, that was no motion.
No motion, correct.
I'm not seeing that, Nick. I see alignment.
And Kate, can we get torque and turns?
Yeah, I'm getting set up to hit it with the PGT. That was the pre-PGT test.
And copy, Kate.
And so right now, Jeff Williams trying to work with a stubborn locking mechanism on the pan tilt function on that camera. Ground controller's just wanting that locked in place before he starts removing the light and installing another camera. Meanwhile, Kate Rubins over on the Sarge getting ready to tighten all the bolts. 3 of the alpha joint interface structure bolts that she's going to be tightening. And that just going to be done to improve the performance of the Sarge itself. She's also going to be doing an inspection and taking a bunch of photos once there's a daytime pass.
I've got my
Okay, and Jeff, we've got one last thing we want to try before we press without it. We'd like you to pull it out of alignment towards you, depress the locking mechanism, and then try to realign it to its home position and engage the locking mechanism.
Yeah, I did that once earlier.
Okay, copy that, Jeff. We're going to move ahead.
Okay. All right, so I've got a red on it. I'm going to release the P-clamp. Clamp is released.
Copy that, Jeff. We'll want you to close that TA clamp back up.
The clamp is closed.
And so, Jeff, the next step is going to be demating the pan tilt cable. That's P4 from J1 off the backside of the light.
Okay, Nick, if you're ready to copy, I've got torque and turns for you.
Ready.
21 decimal line on the torque, 0.72 on the turns, and that agrees with my turn count. It's just under a turn, and good green light.
Copy all, Kate.
Cable is demated.
Copy, Jeff. And then on the P4 connector, if you can check for any FOD, any EMI, that the EMI band is there.
EMI band is there. Good FOD check, but the connector looks clean.
Okay, copy that. We're going to be in the sunlight for a while, so if you can try to temp stow that connector out of direct sunlight.
Copy.
And I'll have PGT settings when you're ready.
And so far,
With PGT settings.
Bravo 6, counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 6, counterclockwise 2.
That's a good readback, and you're going to release the bolts. Expect 15 turns.
and Jeff Williams so far has unplugged this light. He's now going to go back to his pistol grip tool to turn the bolt that's holding the light in place. Once that's released, he'll be able to remove the failed light and then stow that back in the bag. And then he'll be able to get out the spare light and get that one installed and plugged in. And then it'll be on to installing the HD camera.
Five turns. Turns. Yeah, I feel it as released. About 12 turns.
Copy 12 turns, Jeff. And Kate, the wire tie is just there to secure the booty back to structure to make sure it doesn't come free. So the handrail that you choose, it's your choice.
Hey, there's not many handrails in the vicinity. I don't think it's going to, 5108 is the closest, but I don't think a wire tie will reach there. I can go to the clamp surface that I'm looking at, my WBS. A long wire tie around that.
Stand by, Kate. We're talking. And Kate, you've got the eyes on scene, so you can use, the intent is to take a wire tie back to structure through one of the loops that's there. If you think that that's not possible, perhaps a friction fit around the booty.
Okay, and if you guys are go for me to wire tie, I can loop a wire tie around the loop, and then there's a little standoff. It's that clamp surface and two lines attached to it, and I can put the wire tie around that. Otherwise, I'm happy to just take it around the booty.
And your first plan sounds great, Kate.
Mark, how you doing, Jeff?
Good. About the replacement lights.
And Jeff, before you get it on, we want to get a pins and pod check on the back of the light.
Obviously, we won't see pins. The connectors needed.
Copy all.
Okay, it's in the soft dock position.
And copy, Jeff. We see the light in soft dock. Great work there. We want to get the bag closed or confirm that it's closed to preserve the thermal clock on the HD camera.
Okay. All right, the bag is closed.
Copy, Jeff. Thanks.
Bravo 1 clockwise 2, is that correct?
That's affirmative. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 11 to 15 turns to a hard stop. And remember, you'll need to push to engage the bolt.
Copy.
And with the new light on, Jeff Williams now going to drive the bolt, secure it in place. You can see the old failed light floating just attached to the tether bag just above his helmet there.
Okay, turning. Okay, turning now. 1, 3, 4, going in. And turns. 12 and a half turns by my count. Green light, 12.2 on the torque and 12.38 on the turns.
And those are good numbers, Jeff.
And just a short satellite handover now. We'll get that video and audio back any second now. But as you can just saw, Jeff Williams has that new replacement light installed. And that's half of his task here over at Camera Port 9. Next up will be the installation of that new HD camera.
Reposition for the camera. Next.
And Jeff, we had a short handover there. Just got back with you.
Okay. I removed the red from the replaced light, from the new light.
And copy that, Jeff. And if it's possible from your location to verify that the NZGL that's on the back of the light is over center, full forward, fully engaged. Otherwise, we can check when you reposition.
It's over center. You can verify that.
Copy that. And you already removed the cable from the TA clamp on the light. Or there's no cable going through the TA clamp on the light.
That's affirmative.
Okay, Jeff, so you're going to want to maintain control of that failed light that's outside the bag, but we're go for GCA to the camera install position.
Okay. And Todd, what is the expected motion?
Just body down about 30 centimeters or so.
Okay, that sounds good. I might add a little right, but we'll get to your expected position first.
Copy.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, starting motion.
Copy.
And Takuya Onishi once again driving the robotic arm. He's going to move Jeff Williams just about 30 centimeters or so to get him into position to install this camera now.
Stopping. This is the expected location.
Okay. Can you take me body right about 30 centimeters?
Copy. Body right 30 centimeters.
Good copy.
Starting motion.
Copy. Good motion.
The station itself just flew over the border between the U.S. and Canada, passing just north of Montana right now over the province of Saskatchewan. 3 hours, 29 minutes, and 45 seconds into today's spacewalk.
Position. DCA complete.
Copy. DCA complete.
In Houston Station, I think you guys have WVS. You can see in the survey the wire tie of the booty over Aegis bolt number 3. I've replaced the 2 TA clamps that I had to get back to the structure. And let me know if this is sufficient in the WVS survey, if you'd like photos as well.
And Kate, no photos required. If you can just verify that the Velcro is fully engaged on the booty.
Okay.
And Jeff, SSRMS brakes are on.
Okay. Nick, I'll take your direction.
Okay, it's fully engaged on the booty.
Okay, Jeff, so in this position, you're going to need to be able to access the NG-ZL on the back of the HD camera, the window cover, the scoop lock lever. So the first step of all that is getting the HD camera out of the bag.
Okay. Then I'll be installing it, correct?
That's affirmative. When you pull it out of the bag, we're gonna inspect the connectors on the back.
Okay, both connectors look good. Both sides, good pin check.
Copy that, Jeff. So want to also verify that the cam lever is flush on the side of the locking mechanism.
It's flush.
Okay, so you're going to position the HD camera alignment mark to the back side of the standard def camera and then slide forward until it locks in place. And Kate, that's good work on the Aegis number 3. As you're moving up to number 2, if you pass the SARG inspection point, we've got good lighting conditions now that we may not have later.
Understand. I will stop off at SARG.
At just over 3 hours, 33 minutes in, Jeff Williams getting ready to install that new HD camera. It's actually a modified digital SLR that's been configured to video mode, and it's going to be able to stream in high definition at 720p at 30 frames a second. And the video signal from that camera is actually sent wirelessly inside the station and then streamed to the ground. via the KU antenna, the same antenna that we use to get video right now. Ultimately, 2 new cameras, one here on camera port 9 and one on camera port 10 is currently planned to be installed. This is an upgrade. The old camera is just recording in standard definition. This one can also be commanded from the ground to take still images for inspection along with the streaming HD video, so a new capability there as well. Going to be providing HD views of planet Earth, of course, but then also important for the team's HD views of the station structure itself, as well as visiting spacecraft both as they arrive and depart.
I can't quite get to it, so I'm going to have to reposition a little bit later, I think, for that.
Copy that, Jeff. We'll move on. So if you can stow the failed light back into the bag, report any Z93 flaking that you might see.
Copy. Yes, there's a shower of paint.
And so Williams getting close to having this HD camera fully installed. Again, working on camera port 9, and one quick correction from earlier, the other HD camera planned for camera port 8 on the station. That is one of the get-ahead tasks for today's spacewalk if there's enough time after all of the other nominal tasks have been completed. But as of right now, 3 hours, 36 minutes into today's spacewalk, Jeff Williams continuing to work to get this camera installed. He's already replaced the light. And meanwhile, over on the SARJ, the Solar Alpha Rotary Joint, Kate Rubins about to conduct her survey as she has good daylight now, so good chance to do the survey and take photos as well.
You mate the P4 connector to the HD camera. You've got to maintain a 3-inch keep-out zone away from the aperture, the quartz apertures.
Okay.
And so the first connector is the P4 that you demated from the light. You're going to put that to the J1 connector on the HD camera, and that's the socket closest to you.
Closest to you. Okay, copy.
Nick, I'm at handrail 3863. I see the open SARJ cover. I'm going to BRT down and get ready for photos.
Copy that, Kate.
That connector is mated, the one closest to me, in the bales forward over center.
Copy, Jeff. So the next connector is the P2 connector to the J2 on the HD camera, and that's the furthest connector from you on the back of the HD camera.
Nick, I see some light specks of grease on the kind of surrounding the tang and the joggle. And I see very light grease berms on the outer canted surface of the outboard ring. But it's not a thick layer of grease.
And copy that, Kate. Don't know if it's possible to see the datum on the inside.
Let me shift position. I should be able to.
And Nick, that connector is mated, bale forward over center.
And copy that, Jeff. And I see that you've got both cables routed through the TA clamp on the HD camera.
Affirmative.
Nick, on datum A, I see a very thin layer of grease. It looks like if you had, put some brake code on and spread it around. I don't see a thick layer of grease. It is evenly distributed on datum A.
And copy, Kate. Those are good words. So Jeff, All the checks look good here, so the next one is a caution not to scrape the window glass when removing the window cover. But you're go to remove the scoop and the HD window cover.
Copy, and I can confirm the tab is down. The release mechanism is down. I just got to it.
Copy. Thanks, Jeff. Great work. And Kate, you're good for photos.
All right, so when...
Copy and work.
Window cover's coming off. Scoop is off.
Nick, you would like photos of the outboard ring only, correct? Not the inboard pristine one.
Affirmative.
You doing, Jeff?
Good.
I hear the camera work's going well.
And Jeff, we're going to need to do a tool inventory.
Okay.
So before you get that buttoned up too much.
Got you. All right, so on the outside, I got a large, small, adjustable ret. I'm sorry, a large adjustable equipment tether. And then I've got a ret with a pit pin and a round scoop. On the inside, got the failed lights. On a red. I got an empty red that the replacement light was on. I've got the E-Tech shroud. It's hooked with its own French hook. I've got a red between the round scoop and the window cover. And then I've got another red between the bag and the scoop on the inside. Complete the inventory?
Stand by, Jeff. We're going through.
And right now, Jeff Williams doing an inventory of that equipment bag, just making sure everything's in place.
And Jeff, we just wanted to confirm that there was a second adjustable. We heard you call out the large, small, but a second adjustable on the outside.
There's no adjustable. No, we did not have an adjustable on the outside. We have a ret and a large, small adjustable. Ret with a pit pin, large, small adjustable.
Okay, copy, Jeff, and we show you in a good config.
Okay. We're done at this work site, correct? I can confirm it's not locked. It's still unlocked.
That's correct. One last step is we want to make sure that the standard definition window hood didn't get rotated. We want to make sure that that's aligned.
Nick. Well, just finishing that up, I'll give you a few more words here. I got 30 or 40 photos for you, and I'd say the surface is about 10 to 20% covered with grease. It's a pretty thin layer of grease. You can see more specks on the as you're headed out towards the tang, not really on the outer canted surface. There's a little bit of grease in near the teeth. And then, like I said, most of the datum A is rubbed smooth. There's a little bit of grease that's been pushed towards the outboard edges of datum A and is sitting between datum A and the teeth.
Those are all really great words.
It's a little dry to me.
Okay, copy that, Kate. You're good to press on for Aegis number 2.
Okay, copy, and I will head to Aegis 2.
Nick, it's very close to alignment. I could say it's slightly off, but that's the way it was, because it's not, I'm unable to rotate it even that slight amount. It's just a couple of, maybe a degree or so.
And it's good as is. Thanks for checking, Jeff.
Okay.
And so, Jeff, we're talking. Stand by.
Oh, okay. How you doing, Kate?
Good. I am on the aft side. I'm at Aegis 2, and I'm going to let you have the comm, but
All right.
I'll call out my reports.
And Kate, if you can hold your position.
Holding.
Okay, guys, wanted to give you some big picture words of where we're at. Jeff just finished up the CP9 task, and we're way ahead of schedule. We're 3 hours and 45 minutes of PET. So at this point, we think it makes sense for Kate to go back to the airlock to retrieve the CP8 camera and meet Jeff so that he can work on that install. And then Kate will get you back out there for the Aegis struts and pick it up from there.
Okay, I am set up on Aegis number 2, so I can give you that unless you want me to go a second. I can give you that with very little overhead. Give you that right now. Brittle test looks good. Bone in cup.
And stand by, Kate. We're talking about it. Okay, Kate, we'd like you to go ahead and hit the bolts. We'll do this strut, and then we'll get you back for the CPA camera.
Plan. Okay, confirming Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
Those are good numbers, Kate. And Jeff, your go to GCA away from CP9, and just want to let you know that we're going to power up the camera now.
Okay. Doc, I'm ready when you are.
Okay. I'll move your body out and also body left.
Okay.
In Houston, I've got 21.8 on the torque, 0.84 turns, and good green light. I hit it twice again, like last time, first time low torque, and then I got the nice and torqued out, and it was less than a turn.
Copy all, Kate. Good numbers.
Starting motion.
Ready for motion.
And with that, Jeff Williams done with his task installing the new HD camera on camera port 9. And as you just heard Capcom radio up, they're going to work now to do one of these get-ahead tasks to go ahead and do camera port 8 as well. So once Kate Rubins is done with this second AJIS strut tightening activity, she's going to head back to the airlock, get the bag with the replacement camera for camera port 8 handed off to Jeff Williams, who's going to stay inside that robotic arm, and then they're going to move him over to camera port 8, get that camera installed as well, and then there should be enough time on the task list for Rubins to return back, finish up with these strut tightenings and the SARG inspection already complete, and then do her final nominal task for the day, which is to install some MLI over 2 pump flow control sub-assemblies previously failed. But she needs to remove the MLI actually for future replacement by Dexter. So she'll head out there, and that's in the same rough area along the truss segment that she's been working on for most of the day. That MLI not made to be robotic or interacted with robotically. So for future robotic replacement, she'll need to tie that MLI back.
Definition video external to the space station. Congratulations on the great work in getting it ready and on board, and I trust we will all be rewarded by the product.
The great words, Jeff.
The wire tie on the handrail. I'm off of this task, and I can report the wiggle test on the after torquing is the same as the wiggle test before, which was zero immersion at all.
We copy, Kate.
And Jeff, we are going to start the first JOCAS maneuver in the course rate.
Copy. I'm ready.
Starting motion.
Copy. Could call this Talk's Wild Ride.
It's fast.
That's a wild ride.
Are you at, Kate, on the top?
I'm on the app, so you can't see me, but I am just finishing up the wire tie on this HS number 2. I'm going to check the Velcro, and I will be headed inboard for the bag.
Okay.
Hey, Nick, I can confirm the Velcro is in place. It's wire tied to the adjacent handrail, and you're getting that WBS survey right now.
That looks great, Kate. We'll take glove and hap check, and then you're good to translate back.
Okay, copy. And work. I have a dry hap and same glove check as before.
And ground copies. So you're headed back to the airlock for CP8?
First time this flight, I've seen my Soyuz. Can't see it. I don't have a window to look at it. Can't believe it's going to be taking us home here in just a few days.
Okay, Jeff, stop the motion and configuring for the second maneuver.
Copy, Doug.
Pretty cool when you ride on a robotic arm and see your spaceship. Huh?
Yeah. This is an amazing vantage point.
And for now, Jeff Williams just standing by in the foot restraint attached to the robotic arm. And Kate Rubins just finished with the second strut tightening activity. So she's done struts 3 and 2. She still has to do number 1, but for now she's heading back to the airlock to get the bag with the HD camera for camera port 8. Then she'll hand that off to Jeff Williams on the robotic arm, go back out, finish her work at the Sarge, and then move to remove the MLI from that pump flow control subassembly.
This is bolt number 2, and I'm headed later. And Tess, how's your arm maneuver?
How's mine?
Yeah, how's your arm maneuver going?
Well, I'm in between maneuvers right now.
Okay.
Between the first and the second.
I'm just talking to you.
Yeah.
Make sure you're still there.
I'm still here.
Good.
Having a great time, taking some pictures. Right at my feet. Trying to get some pictures of you, but...
Next, my safety tether pack is reassembled, and I'll head inboard.
And copy, Kate.
Jeff is far enough away from me, I don't have to worry about translating over him.
How are your hands holding up, Kate? You did a lot of handwork.
That's good. I'm kind of going back and forth. My gloves are looking very good. No, I'm checking those after every translation.
Good.
vectors were a lot of handwork too. We did
Yeah, that's right.
a lot on the first EVA.
Hey Jeff, M1, we are having an issue with routing of Zoom cameras, so please stand by.
Okay.
At the slingshot anchor point.
Copy, Kate.
I'm under the MT.
Very good.
Copy, Kate.
And we are just over 4 hours now, 4 hours, 2 minutes to be exact into today's spacewalk. As the crew did get well ahead of the timeline, one of the get-ahead tasks already added on to this spacewalk today. Right now, Kate Rubins heading back to the airlock to retrieve the large bag that has the camera, another HD camera for installation over on camera port 8. Since Jeff Williams worked so quickly, I already got the new HD camera and the light changed out on camera port 9.
Okay Jeff, we are ready for next showcase maneuver.
Okay, Doc, I'm ready.
Starting motion.
Field motion.
Copy.
That's in the Namibian desert. Amazing dunes down there.
I can see them. It's beautiful. Let's just see this first.
Okay.
motion, configuring for the next JOCAS.
Copy, Chuck.
And don't forget to take a picture of them.
I've taken 100 of them already for you.
Great.
Don't know how they turned out, but...
Jeff Williams, already a very avid space photographer, getting a chance while he's strapped into the robotic arm to take quite a few pictures.
Copy, Kate.
Meanwhile, his partner, Kate Rubins, now back at the airlock. She's going to go back inside and grab a bag with the HD camera for installation over on camera port 8 that she'll then translate back and hand off to Jeff Williams, still strapped into the end of the robotic arm.
Okay, Jeff, we are ready for the next JOCAS.
Okay, I'm ready.
Starting motion.
Copy. Feel the motion.
Copy.
Jeff Williams at the end of the robotic arm slowly being maneuvered into place. Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi at the controls inside.
Hook is dropped on the airlock toolbox.
Copy.
And ground copies, Kate.
Motion stop.
Copy.
And Nick, thermal cover is coming open.
Copy, Kate.
Here we can see Kate Rubins back at the Quest airlock.
We'll keep you straight.
You been there before?
That was a joke. Joking.
Okay, Jeff, this is M1. I'm going to take you body in about 2.5 meters, but you can start GCA anytime for CP8 cable position.
Okay, understand. So I'll just have you drive me to your expected position, and then we'll wait on Kate.
Copy. Starting motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Good motion. Continue.
Continue.
And And Jeff, just a heads up, we've got a little more on the thermal clock for that light, so we don't want you to touch it for a while.
Copy. Talking about the debating of the cable.
Your last call came in broken, but my head's in the airlock again, so.
Okay, yeah.
Nick can hear you. I think you're good.
And we've got you both loud and clear on the ground. And just to clear up, it was a call to Jeff about not touching the light. We're waiting for it to cool off.
Yeah, Nick, I heard you just fine. It's just is broken when I've got my head stuck in the airlock. Same thing happened last
Can you stop in motion?
Not yet. Leave it more.
Okay. Actually, yeah, you can go a little bit more. Go to your expected position. How long do you, or how far do you have?
About 10 centimeters.
Okay, perfect.
2 minutes to nighttime.
Happy?
Happy visors up.
How's stopping motion?
Copy, stopping motion. This should be a good position.
Okay, so GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete.
And SSRMS brakes on.
Copy.
The airlock large small ret is on the airlock D-ring extender. The medium lower U-bag is on my BRT ret.
Copy, Kate. Nice work.
Thank you.
And ground copies all as well. And Jeff, while we're waiting for you, or waiting for the light, the same cautions apply as we were doing before, so avoid contact with the thermal coatings and the silver tape and the quartz apertures.
Copy, Nick.
Medium lower U-bag is on my BRT. Jaws locked. Saddles out, and I will get the thermal cover. And I checked my safer handle.
Copy all, Kate.
Okay, thermal cover is closed. I am headed back to the toolbox to pick up my green hook.
Copy, Kate, and if we can get a safer handle check.
And I did check those already.
And copy. So we'll get you going back towards CP8, and Jeff will be in position waiting for you.
Stand.
And with the thermal cover closed once more, Kate Rubins ready to depart the Quest airlock with the camera for camera port 8 in the bag, now in tow. She's going to head over to where Jeff Williams is set up just in front of the camera port, still attached to the end of the robotic arm. Hand off that camera bag and then go back over to the Sarge, that Solar Alpha rotary joint, where she'll complete her task with one more strut to tighten, strut number 1. She's already previously completed number 3 and number 2 and did the inspection during the last daylight pass before heading over to get that camera for camera port 8. And then after she's done with that task, she'll have one more, and that's to pull back the MLI, the multi-layer insulation, over a previously failed pump flow control subassembly that's just stowed on board the station right now. That pump flow control subassembly, or PFCS for short, can be replaced by new spares on future resupply flights, and that can actually be done robotically. But that multi-layer insulation needs to be pulled back first, as that is not made to be interacted with robotically. So once Rubins gets over and pulls that away, that will be the final task so far scheduled, but the crew working through very quickly.
We'd like to get a glove and hap check from you.
In work. And hap check good.
Copy, Jeff. And so we can't touch the light because we're still waiting for that to cool off, but you are go to try to lock the pan tilt mechanism on this camera group.
Copy.
Yeah, Nick, I don't know if you copied, but I had reassembled my safety tether pack. Both reels were in unlocked, and I am on the seat of spur right now.
No, we had not, so that's a good repeat. Thanks, Kate.
This one I can, looks like I'm pushing it in all the way, but it won't turn. Oh, wait. I can't get it to turn.
Okay, copy that, Jeff. You're able to get it to depress.
I can't turn to 90 degrees. Very interesting.
Yeah, copy, Jeff, and understand. So if you can't get it to engage into the lock position, we're going to do the same thing we did with CP9.
Okay, sounds good.
So Jeff Williams once more dealing with a stubborn pan tilt lock, but the team, just as they did with the previous camera install over on camera port 9, ready to proceed even without that lock in place.
You're almost at the inboard via cart.
Very good.
And Williams, with that step out of the way, will just need to stand by for just a little while longer while Rubins makes her way towards him with that camera in tow. And she'll do a quick handoff and then head back out to the Sarge to finish up her task. She was about 2/3 of the way done with tightening those struts, already completed with number 3 and number 2, just has to do number 1. And she did that Sarge inspection during the last daylight pass, taking a number of images and given a verbal and a view from the shoulder camera, the WVS, that wireless video system for the teams down here on the ground.
You do not want the connector demated yet, correct? We're still waiting on touch temperature for that?
That's affirmative, Jeff. We're still waiting on the touch temps.
Okay.
Upward to the cart.
Happy? Almost there.
I still gotta go Zenith.
Yes.
Nick, what's your suggested day for making that zenith translation? Or maybe see the mile marker number. I'm at the FHRC right now.
Very close.
And copy that, Kate. I'm trying to pull a handrail for you and a mile marker.
Maybe one of those bays that has a handrail on it. Like 14? What do you think, Jeff?
I think you're very close, yeah, so I would wait until... I can't see you, but...
14 is just outboard of the FHRC.
And Kate, if you go up Bay 14, if you take that up, there's a handrail that gets you going zenith, and then there's a trail of handrails that get you all the way up on the zenith edge of the station.
Okay, perfect. I'm at Bay 14 zenith, and I'm looking for the handrail trail.
And it should be just zenith of 9300 is the mile marker.
Okay, I'm already zenith, and I see a couple handrails coming up here. And I see you, Jeff.
Oh, that's good.
Now, do you want me outboard of you?
I want you at the base of the camera group.
Okay, I can be there, but you want me to come to the inboard side, and then you can tell me where you want me.
Okay. I think you'll want to be about my waist or so. At the inboard side of the camera.
Okay.
Answer. Oh, there you are. I see your feet. All of a sudden.
She appears at the back.
Yeah. So, what I suggest is you get yourself a local right there in where your right hand is. That's a perfect place. And
I'm going to flip 180 degrees.
You probably want to see me. Yeah.
So I think like this.
Uh-huh. That's the bag. That's my other bag. Okay, so what we'll do is I'm going to let you hand me that bag. And we'll put a ret on it.
Okay, let me take it off my BOP here.
Okay.
Coming towards you.
Got it. Okay, I've got a ret on it.
And I'm ready for my BRT red.
Okay, and I'm going to disconnect it. Actually, I'm going to connect it onto CP9. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, got that one. Want it on the handrail or the scoop?
I'm just going to transfer CP9 right to the base of the camera stanchion here, so anywhere that's convenient.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's great.
I've got your ret on it. I'm going to release my ret. I'm going to release the BRT. And it's coming to you.
I've got it.
Okay. got my BRT red on this one. No.
And at this point, Kate Rubins has arrived at the work site working to hand off that second HD camera to Jeff Williams, who's still strapped into the robotic arm. This HD camera going into camera port 8.
Small adjustable. And set this bag at 3676. Jeff, if you think where this bag is won't interfere with your robotic movement.
Right there?
Yeah.
Let's see, I don't know exactly where Todd's going to drop me off. Oh, he's going to drop me off down. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
And just confirming, Nick, that you heard all of that.
And copy, Kate. Can you read out that handrail again?
It's 3676.
Copy, 3676.
Nice work, Kate.
Hey, nice work from you. So, we don't have a second.
It's on the scoop.
Yeah, it's holding the scoop on there.
It's not required for the
okay
scoop, though.
All right.
And Kate, we're good with you
It's locked.
leaving the bag temp stowed up there on 3676.
Okay, copy. I'm going to tack it down using a second method. And I'm using the scoop I can confirm is locked on the bag. And I'm using the small adjustable that was on the scoop also to 3676, so the bag is tacked down and tented.
And copy, Kate. And Kate, we need you to cycle your WVS if you can. Jeff, the touch temperatures that we're worried about are a continuous touch temp, and so it's not a concern for instantaneous touches, and we are go to proceed.
Okay. Step one is, demating the connector?
You're going to open the TA clamp on the light and remove the cable and close the TA clamp on the side of the light.
Nick, can you remind me, is it on the left or the right side for WVS? My left or my right?
Your right side.
And that's we concur.
Okay, Todd, I'm going to need another GCA for the camera installation.
Before you guys get into that, do you have WVS set?
It's going to take a bit.
Okay. Pushed it a few times. I don't know if it's off or on.
I see a light.
See a light, excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, copy, and thanks for the call out, Jeff.
It's going to be a little bit like 30 centimeters body down.
Again, Todd?
The next maneuver is about 30 centimeters body down.
30 centimeters down? I heard 30 and 40.
30.
30 centimeters down, that sounds good. I'm probably going to ask for a right as well. Actually, Doc, before you go down, when you're ready, I want you to go right about 30 centimeters.
Copy. Okay, starting motion, body right.
30 centimeters right. Motion. Continue.
Continue.
Okay, stop motion.
Stopping.
Okay, Nick, before we go down, you want the connector demated now?
That's affirmative. Just like last time, we're going to demate P4 from the light J1.
Okay, that didn't work. Todd, do you need to go brakes on for me to do that?
Yeah, I think it's better.
Okay.
Let me do it.
Okay.
Okay, SSRMS brakes on.
Okay, and we'll demate the connector.
Nick, the bag is temp stowed with the large, small adjustable as well as the small, small red on that handrail that I called out to you at the base of the CT. That is 3626. And I see a good work site here. If you guys are clear, I will translate back nadir and head outward.
And that sounds good, Kate. And Jeff, if you can give us checks on the connector.
Yeah, I'm demated. L5, good EMI band.
And copy, Jeff. And if it's possible with your wrist mirror, can you see the connection on the back of the light?
Special for you, I have a good glove check and a good hat check.
Copy, Kate.
Right now we're 4 hours 32 minutes into today's spacewalk. Jeff Williams now has the camera that he's going to be installing on camera port 8. This is one of those get-ahead tasks, as the light replacement and the camera install on camera port 9 was done well ahead of schedule.
Yes, I can see it, but it's dark, so I can't see the details.
And with that camera handed off, Kate Rubins once again heading outboard along the station's truss. She's going to do one more strut tightening, one more Aegis strut, those alpha joint interface structures, and then she'll have one more task to complete, and that's pulling back the MOI, the insulation, from a pump flow control subassembly.
And Jeff, we'd like you to leave that as is right now.
Okay. All right. So talk. I'm ready for a GCA down.
Copy. Brakes coming off.
Okay.
And stand by. Stand by.
Okay, we'll stand by. Stand by, Todd.
Standing by.
And so, Jeff, the next step that we need to do is we need to retrieve the W9854 cable from the bag and install that on the back of the light.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let me put the brakes back on.
Okay.
I think I have gauntlets in place.
SSRMS brakes on.
Copy, brakes on.
And Nick, do I have a good handrail path back down to the CETA spur if I take the set of handrails immediately below the base of the camera stanchion?
And stand Stand by, Kate.
And it's P1 I'm connecting to the light, correct?
That's affirmative. P1 to J1. I'll be looking for good connector checks. And that's affirmative, Kate. If you go to 3676, then right at the base of the stanchion, you should be able to grab a handrail that works you down toward phase 1.
Okay, I see that.
The cable is mated and handles forward over center. I'm releasing the rep.
And we copy, Jeff.
I see a good meter path frame at day 18.
And copy, Kate.
Different than where you came up?
It is, because I came up inboard and then came outboard to you, so I didn't want to go back.
Gotcha.
So I'm down on the seat of handrail and I'm headed out.
And your safety tether came down with you, right?
Yeah, oh, I've been sending it.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff and Talk, we're ready to start that GCA into the HD camera install position.
Doc, I'm ready when you are.
Copy. Brakes coming off.
Really quick before you guys get into the GCA. Last bolt is back down on the nadir face in the aft corner. If I go nadir here, or would you like me to go 3 ways around the square of this arch, that path?
And you're good to take the nadir path. There's a line of handrails on the inboard side.
Heading body down motion.
Copy, Doc, ready. Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
And so the camera install task continuing for Jeff Williams.
Continue.
He doesn't need to replace the light on this one. Just install that new HD camera, so he has the connectors in place so far. And right now, Takuya Onishi maneuvering him down a little bit further to get him into a good position to install this camera on camera port 8. Meanwhile, Kate Rubins almost back at her work site out on the SARJ, the Solar Alpha Rotary Joint, to tighten one more strut, one more Aegis strut, an alpha joint interface structure. And once she's done with that, she'll have wrapped up and we'll be able to proceed to removing the MLI from a pump flow control subassembly.
Okay, stop motion.
4 hours, 39 minutes into today's spacewalk.
I'm going to apply brakes on.
Okay, GCA complete.
GCA complete and the SSRMS brakes are on.
Copy. All right, Nick, is it time to pull out the camera?
It is indeed. And we'll want to check the connectors on the back of it as you do that.
Okay.
I think I have dropped my green hook at the end at 10320 mile marker on the seat handrail.
Copy, Kate.
J1 and J2 both look pristine. 5.
Copy, Jeff. Your go. We want to verify the cam lever is flush.
Cam lever is flush. And I was wrong. This jet on tape did not make it off. So it's off now.
Great catch. Okay, Jeff, your go for the install for the HD camera.
Copy.
There you can see Jeff Williams has the second HD camera out now, ready for install over on this camera port, number 8. And again, these two new HD cameras are just modified digital SLRs, actually, similar to what the crew uses inside the station to take imagery of the Earth below, and also the many engineering analysis pictures that they take inside. And it's been configured to stream video in 720p at 30 frames per second. The video is actually going to be sent wirelessly back inside the cabin of the space station and then streamed back down to the ground via the same assets we currently use, that KU band antenna.
Two Aegis bolts back here. Can you confirm which one I'm going to be on?
Copy, Kate. Stand by. And Kate, the handrails we're looking for to confirm Aegis 1 are 5113 or 5114.
5114. Thank you.
Scoop is in my way in this position. I'm going to ret to the camera. And I'm going to reposition the scoop, if you concur with that. 90 degrees.
Sounds like a good plan, Jeff.
Jeff, just so you know, I'm getting set up here at Aegis bolt number 1.
Copy. News. Will be your final one, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, the camera is installed. The pole check. Pole test. Let me see if I can see the tab.
And Jeff, if it's tough to see that with the wrist mirror, we're about a minute away from sunrise, so we can try to get that when we've got more ambient light. We can press on with the cable connection.
Okay, sounds good. I'm not going to remove the red, so obviously we confirm that.
Okay. So the first cable we're going to mate is P4 to the J1 on the HD camera, and that's the connector closest to you. Again, a warning to maintain the 3-inch keep-out zone once we have made this connection.
Copy. And that's the one that came off the camera.
That's affirmative. It's the one in your right hand.
Yep.
I can report to you the cup cone is in the cup interface. I did not have any movement when I did the jiggle test in the direction of the bolt head. And structurally everything looks fine. And I will get my PGT on confirm settings with you in a second.
Copy, Kate.
Kate Rubins is at Aegis number 1. It's the last alpha joint interface structure she has to tighten. And she did a quick jiggle test that they'll do just to see what level of tightness these bolts are.
P2 to the J2 connection on the HD camera furthest from you.
Copy.
I've got Bravo 5, clockwise 2.
That's affirmative, Kate. Bravo 5, clockwise 2, turn to torque.
Okay, 20.9 foot-pounds on the torque, 0.56 turns, mid-green light.
Copy. Good numbers, Kate.
Okay, it's mated handles forward, over center.
Copy, Jeff. And so, Jeff, the next step, once you get that clamp checked, is going to be to install the cables into the TA clamp on the side of the HD camera.
Copy. There it is, it's flat. Got it.
Copy, Jeff.
Okay, both of them need to be in here, or the new one? The TA clamp.
And copy, Jeff. The plan is to put both of them in there.
Okay, I'm going to have to release the other one from this cable restraint mechanism.
Stand by, Jeff.
Okay.
just to update you, I'm just finishing up this Aegis bolt.
Very good.
Setting the wire tie on it.
Very good.
And Kate, I missed your last.
I was just updating you guys that I'm getting the wire tie, the long wire tie. I've got 3 twists on the wire tie. That's going to 5114, and I'll get that on the cover for the Aegis bolt.
And copy that, Kate.
Four hours, 51 minutes into today's spacewalk. Jeff Williams still on top of the Canadarm2 robotic arm. He's got that HD camera installed, just working a few cleanup tasks, making sure everything's connected before he can wrap up with that task. Meanwhile, Kate Rubins still over on the Sarge, the Solar Alpha rotary joint, and she just finished doing some final tightening on the final Aegis strut, the Alpha joint interface structure.
So the plan we'd like to do is to put the one free cable through the TA clamp. The other one, the restraint is holding it in place, and in this way we'll keep both those cables from impinging on the pan tilt mechanism.
Okay, copy. So the new cable is in the TA clamp.
Copy, Jeff.
WVS now?
And yes, we've got a good view in WVS.
Okay.
So next we'll remove the window cover and the scoop.
Okay.
In Houston, I have the Aegis #1 cover, completely covering the bolt interface, a wire tied back to the handrail, and I can confirm the Velcro is fully seated on both sides.
Copy, Kate. Great work.
Okay, in inventory of the bag, I've got 2 rats inside. Stand by a second. Rats around scoop and window cover. On the outside, I've got a large, small adjustable, and a rat with a big pin.
And copy, Jeff, and just want to confirm inside, we've got everything ticked off here. You've got a ret that's connected to the scoop, that's connected to a ret, that's connected to the window, and then there's also a free ret that was for the power cable.
Yes, affirmative, yeah. Yeah, they got failed to mention the third ret. Nice catch.
Nice bag inventory.
Yeah.
And I'm pausing here at this bolt. These guys can give me any words on PSCS or backpack of what's their plan.
Okay.
How are you looking, Jeff?
Copy, Kate. Stand by.
I am done. I'll be ready for GCA to egress position here shortly, so we'll have to think about my safety tether.
Okay, copy. And the other thing is you could get off the arm and go down to get your safety tether, right?
Yes.
I might propose that we think about you come PSCS. It would not be horrible to have 2 people working them out with the bundling and tying the strap back. But we'll let them think about timeline and getting back to the airlock and all the other get-aheads as well.
Absolutely.
And ground copies all So, Kate, what we'd like you to do is we want to work with the PFCS. You're going to need to go and reposition your green hook, though, to the further outboard handrail. So if you can head into that direction. Jeff, in one cleanup is we want to check to make sure that the hood on the standard definition camera is aligned before we get you out of there.
It's aligned. It is aligned. Hood and the standard definition is aligned.
And copy. Stand by, Jeff. And Jeff, in the WVS on the light, the side facing you, we see a brown smudge several inches back from the front face. Could you describe that to us?
Yeah, it looks like the paint is completely gone. There's flakes of paint at the edge of it, at the left edge from my vantage point that look like they have released from the surface. And then the surface itself looks like, on the ground I would say it looks like corrosion, but sort of a brown, 2 or 3 tones of brown. And then right at the corner with a small radius, it's more metallic colored.
Okay, copy. Thanks for the words, Jeff. We're going to move ahead. So you are, once you've verified your tools and tethers are clear, you're good to GCA away from CP8.
Okay, Doc, my tools and tethers are clear. I'm ready for your movement to egress position.
Copy. First maneuver is going to be manual maneuver to the takeoff position.
Okay.
And with that, Jeff Williams now complete with the second high-definition camera install, getting both the nominal one at camera port 9 and then this get-ahead task at camera port 8 done successfully.
Okay, SSRMS brakes off and starting motion.
Okay.
And now Takuya Onishi will fly him back towards the station structure where he can egress or get out of that foot restraint.
Good motion.
Good motion.
Copy. Checking position.
Copy.
Okay, motion stop and preparing for next joker.
Copy, Doc.
A short video handover, going to be some big picture words on the rest of the spacewalk going up to the crew shortly while the teams continue to discuss here in Mission Control Houston. But still moving ahead of the timeline, one get-ahead task already knocked out and done successfully. Just one more nominal task per the plan, and that is to remove the MLI, the multi-layer insulation from a pump flow control subassembly, and Kate Rubins is making her way there now. It's over at the same work site both she and Jeff Williams were at earlier when they retracted the ticker as the first major task of the day.
And Kate, we want you to go outboard on the nadir forward corner until you get past the sticker, and then that's where you're going to turn the corner toward the aft to be able to access the PFCS MLI.
Okay, understand. And while I'm local here, I'm going to give you a glove and half check.
Copy.
If you're reconfiguring for OTAS?
Yeah, TAC is the reconfiguring unit. I'm just hanging out, watching you.
Okay, Jeff, we are ready for JOCAS maneuver.
Okay, I'm ready.
Starting motion.
Copy. Fuel motion.
Copy.
And Kate will need to pick up your green hook and move it outboard.
Yep, I've already got my safety tether pack reassembled. I can give you guys a good glove, gauntlet, and hap check. I did that when I was local.
Copy, thanks. You're looking for handrail 5309 for your green hook.
Okay, 5309, and that's on P5, correct?
T6.
Thank you.
And watching over Kate Rubin's shoulders, she continues to translate out, again moving way down the port side of the station's truss segment out to pretty much the same location where the ticker, the thermal control radiator, was retracted at the beginning of today's spacewalk. And she's going to be removing some MLI, some multi-layer insulation from a pump flow control subassembly. This is a previously failed pump flow control subassembly, and she's going to remove this MLI for future replacement by the station's Dexter robot. MLI not made to be interacted with by the robot, so the spacewalker will do this in order to clear the way for that robotic replacement. A new spare could be swapped out with it on future resupply flights. And this is the last nominal task per the plan. Right now, just over 5 hours and 5 minutes elapsed time in today's spacewalk.
Continuing outboard over sticker.
Okay, Jeff, I'm going to take you to the egress, APFR egress position. That's body in.
Copy.
Starting motion.
Copy. Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Continue.
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 How far do you have till you're expected?
About 70 centimeters.
Okay, that looks good. Continue.
Okay, slowing down.
Okay. I got to the publish. That'll work well.
Copy.
Motion.
Stopping.
Okay, Nick, let's talk about the plan. What do you recommend? That I egress down, retrieve my other tether, bring it up here, and then put them together?
And that's affirmative, Jeff. We'd like to press with you cleaning up the arm, and then Kate's going to work on the PFCS, and then we're going to see where she's at with that task once we've finished up cleaning up the arm and decide about get-aheads.
Okay.
Okay, and copy all. I am at the PFCS, and just so that we'll make sure we're oriented correctly, I'm handrail 5332 right now, and I see PFCS sized MLI a little bit inboard of me.
And copy that, Kate. Show that handrail on the forward outboard corner of the MLI.
Correct. To agree, I will just take this MLI off and start folding it.
Jeff, SSRMS brakes arms will go for APFR egress.
Okay, thank you, Doug.
Kate, I've got a warning to read for you.
Please, go ahead.
Avoid the MT rail attachment lug. That's a sharp, and it's near handrail 5333, the aft outboard corner of the PFCS MLI.
Okay, I see that. Thank you.
Nick, I'm going to drop off the medium warrior bag and handrail 3684. I'll plan on leaving it here for now.
Copy 3684.
With the robotic arm maneuvered back in, Jeff Williams ready to egress or get out of the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint that he's been strapped into over the last couple of hours to install these two new HD cameras. He has a couple of cleanup tasks to get out of the robotic arm. He'll do a lot of tether checks before he steps out of the foot restraint, and then he'll he'll eventually remove the foot restraint and then get that stowed, do a quick inventory of all of his tools, and then give Takuya Onishi the go to back off the robotic arm once more from the station and put the brakes on, and that'll be it for the robotic arm operations for this spacewalk.
Removed my right waist tether from the boot plate. I'm going to translate down to my other tether.
Copy, Jeff.
And I've got the MLI off. It actually behaves pretty nicely with the stiffeners in it. I am moving to N-rail 5342. That's where you'd like the long wire tie, correct?
And stand by, Kate, looking at the handrail numbers here.
Okay.
And so, Kate, we want to be pulling it inboard, and the handrail we're looking for is 5319 or 5316.
I was trying to take it outboard. Gotcha.
Give me a mile marker. Oh, I found it. Never mind.
Copy, Jeff.
Actually, no, this is Kate's.
Copy.
My green hook is with me. My green hook is pretty far here.
Right, no, I know. Okay, I think I got it now. For inboard.
Confirming 5319 is the handrail you're looking for.
And Kate, it's 5319.
Okay, copy. I got that insight.
And Kate, you may be able to stretch it all the way out to 5316, which is a little further inboard as well.
Okay, your last is broken, but I'm guessing next inboard handrail.
And Jeff, the mile marker is 9750 or close to that.
9780, I got it, and I'll put a red on it.
And 5 hours, 15 minutes into today's spacewalk.
MLI off, and I've got the corner, and I have it parallelogramized.
Okay.
So next I'll put wire ties on to wrap it up around.
Okay. Worked pretty slick, huh?
Yeah, great plan.
And Kate, if we could get you to check your safety tether. I know we're turning around a corner there. We don't want you to pinch it underneath the MLI.
Yep, I can see it, and I can clear it, and I will make sure that when I route the wire tie, I don't have it trapped under the MOI. And I'm going to go back over that path to undo it.
Copy, thanks.
I picked up my green hook.
Copy, Jeff. We see you translating back up.
Right now, Jeff Williams still in the cleanup steps after getting out of the foot restraint on the robotic arm. He's retrieving 2 of his tethers, and then he'll go back and remove the foot restraint from the robotic arm itself. And then after that, shortly, Takuya Onishi will get the go-ahead to back the robotic arm away from the station and put it in its park position. And meanwhile, Kate Rubins working on her last nominal task of the day, and that's removing that insulation from the previously failed pump flow control subassembly. That'll free it up for future replacement by Dexter, the special purpose dexterous manipulator robot that can replace various items robotically around the outside of the station. But there is a chance one more get-ahead task might get added as consumables, not limiting these crew members. And today's spacewalk was originally planned to last for 6.5 hours. There is, of course, enough time that needs to be allowed to give them plenty of time to get back into the airlock, but nowhere near that yet, as we're just about 5 hours and 18 minutes into today's spacewalk. Everything continuing to go smoothly. No issues with the suits. Both Jeff Williams and Kay Rubins working very quick, very efficient to get all these tasks done.
Okay, so I'm going to install my green hook next. And the Urcum on the arm. Concur next.
And what we're going to do, Jeff, is you're going to take the green. That should be on your red reel.
Got the green in hand.
And the green needs to be on your red reel locked.
Okay, the red reel is the one on the arm, correct?
That's affirmative.
Okay, the green hook is connected, bail's closed, black on black is locked.
And we see a good configuration. Your go to retrieve your yellow hook and install that on the green reel.
The rod is wire tied back to the inboard side, the inboard standoff of 5319, and that pulls it back very nicely and tautly. And I'm going to start working on bundling up this rod now.
Copy, Kate. Great work.
is engaged. Bail's closed. Hooks locked. Black on black.
Copy, Jeff.
I'm going to just go do an inventory here. Red hook is closed. Hooks locked. Black on black. Green hook is bail's closed. Hooks locked. Black on black. Yellow hook is the bail's closed. Black on black. Hooks locked. Both reels are unlocked.
And Jeff, we copy, and that's a good configuration.
Copy.
Kate, we see you working on the additional wire ties to the PFCS MLI. Looking to get your feel on whether you think it'd be beneficial to have Jeff out there helping you finish this task.
I've revised my opinion on that. I got it. Actually working well.
Copy that.
Good job.
Copy that.
This big amount of shroud seems like it would be completely unmanageable, but wire tie plan has been good.
All right, so Nick, do I want to break down the arm or take the APFR off the arm?
That's affirmative, Jeff. We'd like you to press ahead with cleaning up the arm.
Okay. Doc, nice work getting me around the place.
You guys are doing great.
Acts of robotics phenomenon.
And Jeff and Kate,
Okay.
Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm ready to the APFR. I'm going to disconnect it.
And we copy. So as you guys are working on these tasks, wanted to let you know, we're looking at what we can do. We've got good consumables right now, and the PET is 520. So we're looking at...
You were broken when you said consumables, but I caught PET 520.
Copy. We've got great consumables, and the PET of 520, we're looking at what get-ahead tasks we might be able to do between now and then and still get everything back to the airlock. Just wanted to check with you guys on how you're feeling.
Hey, Jeff, are you reading Nick? I hear him broken.
Yeah, go ahead. Just finish up. What they're asking is how we're doing overall. Are we feeling like we might be game for a get-ahead or two?
Yeah, I think so. The long duration tie-down tether is in the crew lock bag. And you know what that is? I've got a few more minutes of work to finish wire tying the PFCS MLI.
So Nick, I think we're game.
Okay, copy. And we're going to talk it through a little bit here on the ground while you guys finish the task that you're on, and we'll get words up to you here shortly.
Copy. Jack, I am completely off the arm. APFR is off the arm, and you're clear to back off.
Copy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Glad to have you back on structure, Jeff.
Yeah, me too.
And so Jeff Williams completely done now with that space station robotic arm, giving the go-ahead to Takuya Onishi, who's still inside the station, to back it away, put it into its park position. He'll have to go stow this foot restraint. And then, as you just heard, both him and Kate Rubins radio down to the ground. They're game for a couple more get-aheads, so the teams down here are going to talk it through and see what else they could have them do. There were 2 more get-aheads on the list so far.
Motion away from structure.
Thank you.
But for right now, Jeff Williams cleaning up the work site around the robotic arm, and Kate Rubins getting close to finishing up with the tie down of this multi-layer insulation, uncovering a previously failed pump flow control sub-assembly. Once she's done with that, that'll complete all of the nominal tasks, the normally planned tasks for today's spacewalk. And then we'll see what else the crew gets tasked with before they head back inside of the Quest airlock. 5 hours, 27 minutes and counting so far in today's EVA, and doesn't look like the crew's going to be ready to stop anytime soon.
Little operational nugget for you.
Yeah, great reminder.
Affirmative.
Houston, I see the PSCS MLI shroud bundled nicely. I'm going to give you a complete check out of this work site as I work my way around. And I have used all of the wire ties, all the long wire ties from my caddy. I've got 2 short wire ties remaining.
And we copy, Kate.
And some of those were on the ATIS strip. 20. Nick, I'm going to work my way back around and survey the site for you and just work my safety tether back as it's wrapped around the sticker here and the PSCS.
And copy that. And we're looking at the shroud in your WVS to make sure it's got enough clearance.
This is as tight as it's going to go with the stiffeners. I can pause here.
Yeah, that'd be good. And Kate, we think it looks great here on the ground.
Okay, excellent. I'll keep clearing the work site for robo-ops.
ISS RMS have been saved.
Happy dark. So Nick, as I recall, this APFR is going to the starboard Venus swing arm on the cedar cart, the port cedar cart.
That's affirmative. Whiff 3, starboard zenith whiff.
Happy.
Nick, I'm backing off a little to give you a WVS survey of the PSCS. I do not see anything coming around these 3 corners that looks like it would impede robo-ops. The shroud looks tucked in nicely, and as I go past it on the other side, I'll give you a view of that 4th side. Let me know if you want me to point anywhere.
That'd be great. We've got great views down here, Kate.
And can you confirm whiff 3 is on that swing arm?
That's affirmative.
Okay. what's the clocking you want?
And Jeff, we don't have one called out. We'd like it stowed low profile and make sure that the ingress aid is stowed and locked.
Copy.
Make that last side look clear when I went past. It's my green hook.
That's great. And we'll pick up the green hook and have some words for you here in a second.
Copy.
And both crew members just about at the end of their current activities.
Copy 4 o'clock.
Jeff, I can see you.
All right.
I'm right where your feet are pointing. Follow me.
You're close. You're close by.
I'm still picking up my green hook. I need to come inboard to the Sarge, so
Okay.
T6.
Okay, pull test, twist test. Pedals are out black on black. Release my ret.
Copy, good checks, Jeff.
And with that, Jeff Williams just finishing up the stowage of the portable foot restraint that he was strapped into for a couple of hours, used to ride the robotic arm and install these two new HD cameras on camera ports 8 and 9. And meanwhile, Kate Rubins has wrapped up her task with pulling back the MLI of the pump flow control subassembly, freeing it up for future replacement by the Dexter robot at the end of Canadarm 2.
Nick, my safety tether pack is reassembled. All hooks are in unlock.
Copy that, Kate. We're going to have you pick up the crew lock bag, and it's your choice whether you want to put your wire tie caddy back in there or not.
Okay, copy.
And Jeff, we're looking at the way that the ingress aid is stowed in there, and what we're worried about is if the ingress aid would come loose, it could extend back into the truss behind the CETA cart. So we'd like you to maneuver the APFR so that the ingress aid extends back over the CETA cart itself.
Okay.
And I'd like to put the socket caddy back in the bag. I'm just looking for which corner that hook goes on.
Copy, Kate.
Got it. I see the two adjustables on one side of the bag, and tell me which side, which corner the hook was on relative to that. That's the small that for the wire tie caddy.
Stand by. And Kate, and we don't have the photos for that, so you are, it's your choice whether you want to put it back in there. You could also give up a ret to put it back in the bag as well.
Okay, I'm not having strong feelings about putting it back in. I can just put the bag on my BRT.
Copy, we're good with that.
Jeff, how are you doing?
I got tangled up in the data card stuff here, but I'm releasing the APFR now to reposition it.
And Kate, just for your heads up, we're going to get into that bag to get out the long-duration tie-down tether. You can do that here, or you can do that back up by CP8.
You're going to bundle this bag at CP8?
Say again, Kate?
Put it in the CP8 bag. We're going to put the true lock bag into the CP8 bag, correct?
That's the plan.
Okay, let's pull the long duration tie down tether out there. The bag is currently ready for my BRT.
Copy that. And Jeff, we recommend trying to do some boot plate yaw to fix that, to roll the direction of the ingress aid.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're after now. Is this okay?
We're happy with that, Jeff.
Okay.
And Jeff, if you could do a good pull twist test that we move that around a little bit.
Absolutely. Pull and twist test is good. Paddles are out, black on black. Remove the red.
Copy, good checks.
True lock bag is on my BRT. Those are locked, paddles are out. And Jeff, I will head towards you.
Okay.
Advisor's up. And Nick, why don't I give you a glove and a hat check here?
That sounds good.
Glove check, same RTD peeling that hasn't changed, and a dry hat.
Okay, copy. Good checks, Kate. So you're going to take that crew lock bag and you're going to head towards CP8, and we're going to consolidate those bags. But before we do, we're going to pull out that long duration tie down tether. So that's the near-term plan.
Okay.
We want to just have Kate, come directly here to the CETA cart and install this thing, and then we'll go back at the bags.
That's a great plan, Jeff.
Stand by. So Jeff, yeah, that idea works. So she can come and bring the long-duration tie-down tether with you. Big picture, you're going to work the CETA cart brake handle, get ahead, while Kate gets one of the large ORU bags back to the airlock.
Copy.
And so next up for Jeff Williams is just one of the other get-ahead tasks. This one is shorter, should only take about 30 minutes or so. And he's going to take some ties and tie down the brake handles on the CETA cart.
I'm heading towards you, Jeff, on the CETA rail inboard of the Sarge now.
Great.
CETA stands for the Crew and Equipment Translation Aid, CETA. And it's a cart that's used to maneuver just what it says, crew and equipment, so various spares around the external part of the station's truss structure.
Can you get closer to me?
Okay.
So you're going to have
Did it get caught around something when I went Venus?
Yeah.
All right.
It should be an easy thing for you. I would say keep coming 2 more bays.
Okay.
And then go zenith.
Thank you.
Jeff, while you're waiting for Kate to finish the translation over there, we can start with some of the verifications for the CETA cart brake handles.
Okay, go ahead.
And it's starting at zenith. We'd like to verify that the WIF 4 and 5 are rotated greater than 45 degrees inboard.
They are. It goes zenith there, Kate.
Copy. We're looking at the TFR swing arm is at its nadirmost position. That should be a setting of 30.
I see a setting of 30.
And then for the brake handle configuration, it'd be the brake handles folded at the elbows and the locking collars resting against the elbows.
Locking collars. Okay. They slide really easy, so I'm not sure they're going to stay against the elbows.
Copy that, Jeff. And when you install the straps, they're going to go on the in-between down the middle of those handles, and that'll keep those locking collars in place.
Gotcha.
Jeff, I'll stop here and fix this.
Okay.
I don't tether it out.
Sounds good. And when Kate hands me the tie-down tether, I'm going to take one hook and connect it to the TFR tow loop or nadir tow loop. You recommend first?
Nadir boot plate zenith stanchion.
Nadir boot plate zenith stanchion. Do you want me to... Oh, you got the crew light? Okay.
I got the crew side, yep.
Good.
Well, I'm on the BRT here.
Yep.
Okay, it is still, let's see, it's hooked inside a bag. I'm going to ret to it and hand you the ret.
Okay.
Okay, I am ready to it, and I'll get it out of the bag here.
Okay.
I'm going to close up the bags first.
You bet. Otherwise, you end up with a mess.
Yep.
So Jeff, I'm staring at a picture of the configuration, and so the first hook is going to go on the nadir toe loop stanchion, the zenithmost nadir toe loop stanchion.
To find the bottom stanchion and then the top toe is about.
The nadir toe loop, zenith stanchion of the nadir toe loop.
Correct.
Got it.
And we see it in the WVS. That's a good point.
Okay. I'm going to release your ret. You ready for it?
Yes.
And Jeff, we just want to verify that the tether point on that hook is facing away from the boot plate.
No, it's not, but I'll swap hooks.
Copy.
And Nick, if you agree, I will get this crew lock bag back on my BRT and let me know if you'd like me at CP8 or CP9.
And that sounds good, Kate. Stow that back on your BRT, and then we'll have you head up to CP8.
Okay, copy.
And both bags are up there.
Oh, that's right, because you got off at CP8.
Yeah. Okay, Nick, so now I'm going to undo this thing.
Hey, Jeff, stand by. So, Jeff, the hook that's farthest from the buckle is the one that's supposed to be there, so we need you to swap ends before we get that all unfurled.
Okay.
And Nick, remind me what bay I go zenith again at. I'm right at the FHRC now.
It was Bay 14.
Copy, bay 14, and that's right where I am. I will head to CP8.
Okay, I got the hook swapped, Nick.
Okay, copy that. Appreciate the help. So there's a caution here not to impart loads into the brake handles with the long-duration tie-down tether. So what you're going to do is you're going to route the long-duration tie-down tether under the brake handles and then ensure the tether is taut and then wrap it around 1.5 times and come back to the boot plate.
Okay. Let's see.
And the this is Mission Control Houston. We'll have about 8 minutes now where the video is going to go in and out and then drop out for a while. So for the next 8 minutes, we'll probably just be here with you in Mission Control Houston. Jeff Williams right now is about halfway through this final get-ahead task that's likely to be added to the schedule today, and that's to tie down the brake handles on the port seat of cart, the crew and equipment translation aid. Williams essentially just going to take a long duration tether and tie it down on, he's going to route it under these brake handles, ensure that it's taut, and then wrap it around 1.5 times and then ensure that it gets cinched in place, and then he'll just depress the brake pedal on the cart. There is a pedal. He'll depress that twice just to ensure that the brakes are released, and then that'll wrap it up for this final get-ahead task. It's not likely that the photos of the alpha magnetic spectrometer will be added at this point, as we are just coming up on about 6 hours. We're 5 hours, 52 minutes into today's spacewalk, and plan to last 6.5 hours, and we still need to allow time for the crews to clean up, get all the bags back into the airlock, and begin the depressurization.
You're going to want those locking collars
or repressurization.
to the elbow, and that strap should help you keep them in place.
Okay. And then I'm going to go back and attach this to the zenith, the nadir, right?
That's affirmative, and it's going to be the stanchion that's just nadir of the other one you used. So it's the second one. I'm sorry, just zenith. It's the one just above it.
Both of them are on the inside stanchions. Got it.
Copy.
Nick, would you like me to put the crew lock bag inside the medium ORU bag?
That's affirmative. We want you to consolidate the crew lock bag inside the ORU bag, and then you can put that on your BRT, and we'll have you take it to the airlock.
Okay, copy and work.
On WVS, is this looking reasonable?
Yeah, unfortunately, Jeff, we're down KU right now. It's going to be another 10 minutes before we get it back.
Okay. Okay, well, I've got this hooked in the places that you described. So they're both on the inboard stanchions of the two toe loops. And then it goes around both handles 1.5 times. It holds the collar of one handle very tightly against the elbow. The other one is not underneath the straps. So it's not being held. It's just floating near the elbow.
Copy. That sounds good, Jeff. And so you're going to remove the slack from the tether, leaving about 1 inch in deflection, and close the buckle.
Okay. That's complete.
Copy. So you're good to close up the MLI flap around the buckle and use the Velcro straps to get the excess tether and then install the wire tie.
And Nick, I am working on opening up the CP8 bag to get the crew lock bag bundled inside. And is there going to be RET inside for me to put the crew lock bag on?
That's affirmative, Kate. There was one we took out a cable on, so there should be a free red in there for you to use.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Should just be about another 2 minutes or so, and we'll get that video connection back with the International Space Station and these two spacewalkers. Currently 5 hours, 57 minutes elapsed time since they switched their suits to battery power.
Wire side.
Nice job, Jeff.
Copy, Jeff.
My guess is I'm going to CP9 bag.
That's affirmative, Jeff.
And Nick, I have the crew lock bag redded on that free ret you described inside the CP8 medium ORU bag.
And copy, Kate.
And I wonder if I should follow you up or trying to think about safety tethers.
That's a good question.
And we heard last. Stand by.
Nick, for a bag inventory for you, everything is in the bag that we took out. I've got a ratchet wrench with a palm wheel, a square scoop, a socket caddy with 3 sockets, a PTT battery, and 2 adjustables in series. Do not have the long duration tie-down tether anymore, and I am wearing the socket caddy. The wire tie caddy. On the outside of the bag, I have a large, small red.
I'm right on your left, Kate.
I see you.
And copy, Kate. We've got a good inventory.
Okay, I will put this in the medium ORU bag then.
And so, Kate, while you finish that consolidation, and Jeff, while you're working towards CP9 for that ORU bag, some big picture of what we're thinking on the ground. We'd like to go ahead and have Kate go back to the airlock, get the bag up inside. Jeff, then you can help break down the slingshot, and we'll get everything cleaned up and based back down in the airlock. Once we've got that tidied up, then we'll make the call on whether we've got enough time left to go after AMS or not. How's that sound with you guys?
Okay. That's a good plan. So PET right now?
We're at 6 hours and 1 minute.
Okay.
Jeff, if you'd like to go on the other side of me, I think you can do that, and then...
Just
what do you think?
Just take your time and, yeah. I think our safety tethers might have a half twist in them after you go back to the airlock, but I should be able to undo that just fine.
Okay, copy.
Sounds good, Jeff.
Okay, I have the medium ORU bag, has the crew lock bag inside it. It's on my BRT ret, and I'm going to release the large, small, adjustable that's holding it to the base of the CP8 handrail here.
And we copy, Kate?
And right now we are 6 hours, 4 minutes into today's spacewalk. Jeff Williams, Kate Rubins, just wrapping up another one of the get-ahead tasks, the tie-down of the port cart brake handles. The teams are now discussing whether or not they'll have some time to send one of these crew members out to the AMS, the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, to take some survey photos.
And we copy, Kate.
Right now, though, the crew member is consolidating all of their bags. They're going to head back to the airlock and make their final assessment there.
I need to go inboard past you.
Yeah, I'm going to go back inboard.
Okay.
And so you can go down.
Copy. And I'm headed towards you.
Okay.
Okay, and head down right here. I see that.
Yeah.
And Jeff, can we get a glove and a half check?
Okay, I am headed nadir. Jeff is inboard. Our safety tethers should be good.
Good. Glove and half check.
Copy, Jeff. Thanks.
Nick, I'm headed nadir at Bay 14.
Copy, Kate.
I'm going to head back outboard.
Copy.
Got eyes on my safety tether. Is it okay?
I'm going to pass it as I go over the slingshot base here, and I'll take a look on phase 6.
Okay.
I see it. It's going straight up. I can pass over it.
Okay.
And my safety tether's coming over the top of yours. I agree with your assessment, and you can, actually, we're fine, I think.
Okay, good.
And ground copies.
I'm at the outboard speeder cart. And Jeff, you will double tap the brake pedals when you're on your way in, correct?
I will.
Thank you. I'm under the MT.
Okay, I've got the CP9 bag on my BRT for the ret.
Copy, Jeff. And so we're going to have you head back down to the base of the slingshot.
And Jeff, I see my safety tether headed back towards you. It tended nicely.
Very
Didn't
good.
see cut off on anything.
Very good.
I am past the cedar cart, or past the inboard cedar cart, headed inboard.
Ground copies. And Jeff, you'll be looking for mile marker 9150.
Thank you, 9150.
At the top of the Cetus first.
Happy. Nick, I'm at handrail 3651.
Copy, Jeff. We see you in position.
And again, at this point, both spacewalkers, Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins, making their way back towards that airlock with the various equipment bags in tow. And then once they arrive there, the teams will do a final assessment whether or not they throw in this one last get-ahead task to go out and take photos of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Total elapsed time, 6 hours, 12 minutes since both Williams and Rubins threw their suits over to battery power, and this spacewalk began earlier this morning at 6:53 a.m. Central Time, 7:53 a.m. Eastern. So far, they've accomplished all of the nominal tasks per the plan and 2 get-aheads. There were 3 total. And this, the second spacewalk so far during Expedition 48, with both Williams and Rubins teaming up again. They previously, back on August 19th, installed the first international docking adapter, very major addition to the International Space Station, preparing it for the future arrival of U.S. commercial crew spacecraft. Today, a little bit more maintenance focused with the retraction of that radiator and the installation of 2 new cameras so far, as well as some work over on the SARJ, the Solar Alpha Rotary Joint, by Kate Rubins, and removing some MLI from 2 pump flow control sub-assemblies. Again, we'll stand by for final words from the team as they're arriving at the airlock now. Kate Rubins opening up the thermal cover.
Put the bag in, keep it on my BRT rep, and get myself waist tethered so the chest can start going, and then I'll get the bag secured.
Sounds good, Kate.
And Nick, just starting checks ahead on my right waist tether, which is on my right D-ring extender. The small hook is valves closed, hooks locked, black on black.
Copy, Jeff.
I had to put my camera there off the arm like we were talking about there.
Again, Kate?
I had to turn my camera off the swing arm for
yeah.
standard.
Worked well, huh?
Did.
And Kate Rubins right now inside of the Quest airlock, again stowing all of those various equipment bags that they carried out. Had the 2 new HD cameras, as well as all the wire ties and other tools that were used throughout this spacewalk today. Currently sits at 6 hours, 15 minutes elapsed time.
Okay, I have my waist tether attached to the airlock D-ring extender, and on my crew side, it is locked black on black I am safe to the airlock.
Copy.
And we copy, Kate.
Concurrence, I will remove Kate's anchor and daisy chain it to my right waist.
And Jeff, you've got to go.
Okay, my right waist tether, again, verifying the small hook and the D-ring extender. Looks like black on black, tails closed. And then the large hook on my waist tether, tails closed, looks like black on black. And then on Kate's anchor hook, tails closed, hooks locked, black on black. So I see being safety tethered to Kate.
And that's a good config, Jeff.
Okay.
With Kate Rubins tethered and anchored back at the airlock, that means Jeff Williams has the go to begin translating back himself.
Okay, so now I'm going to go down and I'm going to remove my safety tether.
And you've got to go to do that, Jeff.
Nick, the bag is back on the airlock large small red. I'm going to remove my BRT bag.
Copy, Kate.
And I'm going to remove my local now and be on my way back.
Sounds great.
Copy, Jeff. Copy, Jeff. And Jeff, as you approach the port CETA cart, we're going to do the brake pedal depress to make sure that's released, but we'd also like to get some WVS of the long-duration tie-down tether as well.
Okay. Here's the brake pedal.
And Jeff, we'd like you to hold there for 30 seconds. We've got sunrise coming up.
Okay.
And Jeff, we'd like you to hold on to the foot restraint device, the handrails, or the brake handles.
And Jeff Williams just holding for a couple of seconds while the sun comes up so the team can get a good look at the brake handles on the CETA cart where Jeff Williams did their tie down.
Okay, Jeff, that looks great. If you want to tap the brakes there and over on the starboard side and head back to the airlock.
Okay, on the starboard side. Did tap them on the port side.
The starboard cart. Sorry about that.
Okay, got it.
Jeff, we'd like you to tap it on the starboard side.
Complete.
And copy. Kate, wanted to give you some big picture words here. We're at a PET of 6 hours and 22 minutes. Based on the timeline, we're not going to go after the AMS today. You guys have done an awesome job. We've knocked out some a get-ahead and all the nominal tasks. So we're going to just take these victories into the airlock.
That sounds like a great plan.
Cool. And it's 2 get-aheads.
A big get-ahead is that.
Big get-ahead.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Hey, Nick, would you be okay with me putting my SCU on?
And, Jeff, we need you to hit the brake handle. And if you can, I'm sorry, the brake pedal, and double tap that on that side. When you touch the brake handles, they are saying they need you to hit the brake release again.
Okay, so I'm on the starboard seat, right?
Copy. So if you can hit the starboard brake pedal.
How about the port?
Jeff, if you just hit the starboard one, that will release it for the entire cart.
Yeah.
And if you could do a double tap, that'd make a lot of people happy.
Okay. Here's a double tap.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Jeff Williams now making sure the brakes released on both seated carts, making his way back towards the Quest airlock. You heard the big picture words. They're going to forego this final AMS photo survey. So 2 get-ahead tasks done for the day. 6 hours, 24 minutes into this spacewalk. Jeff Williams headed back in. It should be wrapping up very shortly.
Okay, I'm on the seat of the spur.
Copy, Jeff.
And the Quest airlock coming into view from the camera just over Jeff Williams' shoulder. Gay Rubins already back inside the joint airlock. The end of the spacewalk will officially come when the hatch is closed and the repressurization of the airlock has commenced. So we'll make sure and get you a final elapsed time from the spacewalk teams here in Houston.
And I'm still working on my SCU here. It's that last bit of tolerance to get it locked on.
Doesn't want to cooperate.
See your back come in. And I may see as you're coming in if you can put a hand on this and give me before you get all in here.
Okay, how about if you get the bag and put a red on it?
Yep. it a little shove.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, perfect. Give me a second for that.
Sure.
Okay, I have a red on it.
Copy.
I'm moving out of the way.
Release my red.
Let's see. Yes. Kind of headed towards you.
Headed toward me?
Yeah, I gave it a push towards you. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
To release your red.
Okay. Caught up in something?
No, I can pull back in and release it here.
And again, Kate Rubins already back inside of the Quest airlock. Jeff Williams soon to follow.
I think it's going to be best if you release it. It's far away from me.
Oh, okay, got it. You got a red on it,
I
all
do
right?
have a large small red from the airlock. Ring is on it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, got it.
Nick, I can very easily install my SCU. I'm offloading it with my right hand, and there's an interference with the DCM TMG. Get it locked.
Copy, Kate. We'll talk about it. And is it similar to last time?
Yes.
Copy.
Okay, I'm going to come in and see if I can take a look at it.
Got my hand offloading here.
Okay.
Jeff Williams just about back inside of the airlock. Again, Kate Rubins has already been inside for some time. That thermal cover will get closed, and then the hatch itself will follow soon after. And then they'll start going through the repressurization steps. And once that repress begins, the spacewalk will officially end. We'll make sure to get you an official elapsed time once that happens.
And as offering up some advice here, if you can push down on the electrical connectors or up on the hoses to try to get it to align the plane of connection.
Yeah, and I've been pushing down, or pushing up on the way on the hose. Try pushing down the electrical connector.
I can't quite get to you. Let's see.
Look at my hand position.
Let me grab it and try to lock it.
There we go. Okay.
Work?
That works. Perfect.
Okay.
Ground copies.
All right,
Good news.
And I'm sitting up here very zenith. So I think you should have a pass. You're going to have to get these bags out.
Okay. I'm going to go back out and come back in the regular way.
Thank you.
There. Here's your pouch, which likes to keep going out the door.
I'll put a hand on it.
Jeff Williams popping back outside of the airlock shortly while they get themselves situated.
And you can, there you go, and you can start walking them back, and not the direction you're going. Point them direction.
Like
there you go, perfect, perfect. That's the hole. Be able to walk back. I am as far towards the equipment lock as I can go.
Okay.
And you can probably bring your feet a little bit later. Legs out of the way. Find that hole.
There we go.
There's the hole.
There we go.
Perfect.
I got to get the thermal cover. There we go.
Okay, and I can see tools and tethers are clear of the hatchway from here.
And the thermal cover now closed. Jeff Williams going to work to close the hatch soon.
And copy, Jeff. We see the thermal cover closed. You can let us know when you get the Velcro strap.
And I got the Velcro. Well, let's see. Let me get it a little bit better.
Meanwhile, inside the equipment lock, Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi standing by to welcome them back inside and get them out of these suits. He helped them get suited up earlier this morning and spent a few hours driving Jeff Williams around at the top of the robotic arm. And he'll have one more role to play when he brings these two crew members in and helps them doff their suits. After a long but very successful spacewalk, we're at 6 hours, 35 minutes so far. And the clock will officially stop once the repress of the Quest airlock begins.
ISU is installed.
Copy, Jeff. So the next step is water switch to off for both of you, and expect an H2O is off message.
EB1, water's off.
EB2, water's off.
Okay, and I've got a caution here to not close the hatch until EMU water's off for 2 minutes and verify hatch is clear of hardware.
Okay.
And I also have a note here for you guys that TCV setting of 8 to max C minimizes the time for SCU cooling.
I'm on 4, I'll move to 5. For the folks that are writing it down, I stayed on 4 the entire time.
Copy.
again, Nick, where you want it?
That's just a note for crew preference. If you need more cooling, 8 to max C will get you there faster.
Gotcha, okay. Mine's about 5 as well.
And so the crew will have the water off switch. It runs for 2 minutes, so just about another minute or so until they begin stepping through their steps again. Just a few more steps until that repress begins, and the Quest airlock will begin filling back in with air, pumps on the outside, pumping atmosphere back in up to an equalization pressure of about 14.7 psi. And once the repress starts, the spacewalk will end. We'll get you an official time. And then once the repress is finished, Takuya Onishi will open up that hatchway between the crew lock and the equipment lock, bring these 2 crew members back inside and start getting them out of these spacesuits.
And Nick, a note for you. I see the oxygen EMU-1 in the closed position. EMU-2 is in the open position.
And copy, that explains the data we were talking about. You can move that to open.
Okay, EMU-1 oxygen is moving to open.
Good eye.
Checking my panel, looks good here.
We have all the O-line caps.
Yes.
Okay, copy. Great catch, Kate. That fixed a lot of problems for us down here. You guys are go to close and lock the hatch.
Copy.
I'm as far towards the crew lock as I can get.
Okay.
My back. That's my knee. Straighten my leg out. What's that?
Give me a second.
video. We'll come back shortly, and we're getting very close now to the start of repress and the end of today's spacewalk. As usual, though, we'll stay on the air until the crew members are back inside of the equipment lock and get the helmets off. Right now, though, the clock is at 6 hours, 43 minutes and still counting up. That clock will come to a stop as soon as that repress inside of Quest starts up. So for now, we'll just stand by for that. Just a few more steps to go until that begins.
There we go. Very nice job. The hatchway is clear of tools and tethers.
I concur. Hatching. Latched and locked. Hatches closed and locked.
And copy, Jeff. And Kate, just want to let you know, we saw your O2 use high message. That's expected after your recharge.
Yep, and I got that the last time. Thank you.
Okay, stepping through the pre-repress cue card. Kate, you already confirmed that the oxygen valves are open. So the next is power switch for EV1 and 2 to on.
Okay, EV1 power main on. EV2 power main on.
And you'll check for the 4 LEDs and confirm volts for each are between 18 and 19.
Okay, and I've got 2 LEDs, but volts are 18.5 volts.
Copy, that's good check. And then on your DCMs, you're both go to switch power to SCU and expect a warning tone.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay.
I got a tone.
Okay, EV2. Power is in CU with the expected tone.
And copy for both. I've got a warning block here. Doesn't apply. So DCM, O2 actuator to press.
Copy in work. EV2, O2 in press.
O2 in press, EV1.
And copy that, guys. The next switch is the comm mode to hard line, and then I'm going to hand you back over to talk. Great working with you today.
Great working with you, Nick. Thanks for, on short notice, coming on board the team and putting us through in such an excellent way. Thank you.
You're a fantastic IV. Okay, EV2 is going to hardline. Did you go already, Jeff?
Okay, IV copies.
We're now moving through the repress steps, waiting for final confirmation that the airlock has begun its repressurization. just got confirmation from the EVA team that the repress is in work, so the clock has stopped. That clock stopped at 1:40 p.m. Central Time, 2:40 p.m. Eastern Time, bringing an end to today's spacewalk. We'll get an official elapsed time for you momentarily. Again, the clock stopping the repress now in work, 1:40 p.m. Central Time, 2:40 p.m. Eastern. And then one quick addendum to that official time. So the official elapsed time of the spacewalk, 6 hours and 48 minutes. So the repress coming at 1:41 p.m. Central, 2:41 p.m. Eastern Time. So a 1 minute change there, but the total elapsed time for this second spacewalk done for Kate Rubins, and the second time she teamed up with Jeff Williams, him completing his fifth. That total elapsed time, 6 hours and 48 minutes. So again, the repress now in work, air flowing back into the crew lock of the Quest airlock. Somewhat similar to when the depress was in work. They'll have a stop around 5 where they'll hold, wait for about 2 minutes for the pressure to stabilize. They'll record all the respective pressures and do a few more suit switches, and then resume the repress until they get up to that equalization pressure where the pressure inside the crew lock will match that in the equipment lock, and then Takuya Onishi will be able to open up the hatch and begin bringing these crew members inside. They're on a hardline communication right now, so both crew members communicating directly with Onishi inside of the Quest airlock. Again, that total elapsed time for today's spacewalk, 6 hours, 48 minutes. Repress coming at 1:41 p.m. Central Time, 2:41 p.m. Eastern. And again, that repressurization still in work. It should be right around 5 psi or so right now, at which point they'll do a 2-minute pause where they'll wait for the crew lock to equalize, or the pressure to stabilize rather. They'll record the pressure again, and then they'll resume their steps. They'll turn the glove heaters off and then resume the repressurization. And then once it gets up to an equalization pressure, then Takuya Onishi will be able to open up the hatch and bring these spacewalkers back inside. This was the 195th spacewalk in support of International Space Station maintenance and upgrades. That gives us a total of 1,217 hours and 34 minutes of spacewalking time. Now, that's the equivalent of 50 days, 17 hours, and 34 minutes of spacewalking. For Williams, the veteran in today's spacewalk, this was his 5th, with a total of 31 hours and 55 minutes of spacewalking on his resume. And for Rubins, this is her 2nd, with her previous one being just 2 weeks ago, now with 12 hours and 46 minutes of spacewalking time on her resume. And just to recap the tasks accomplished today, all of the primary tasks were done successfully, starting with that prime, and the first one out of the door being the retraction of the trailing thermal control radiator. This radiator that had been previously deployed when ground teams were trying to isolate an ammonia leak.
T1 is 259.4, T2 is 258.77, so we are going to step 9.
And again, the first task completed today, the retraction of that trailing thermal control radiator. It hasn't been in the loop since it was taken out by NASA's Kjell Lindgren and Scott Kelly back in November of 2015. It was previously used to help provide cooling to the 2 Bravo power channel while they were trying to isolate an ammonia leak. It was eventually found that it was in a faulty pump flow control subassembly, so once that was replaced, the primary means of cooling, the photovoltaic radiator, was put back into operation. And so the retraction of this radiator today, just to protect it, put it in a safe configuration, give it the maximum amount of protection from any MMOD, any micrometeoroid or orbital debris hits that could potentially crop up. This is a high priority spare, so getting that done first out for these crew members was number one. And they were able to retract it with Jeff Williams using a pistol grip tool to retract that radiator. And then both he and Kate Rubins worked to install 4 cinches, 2 each, to secure it in place, and then were able to put a shroud across it just to put it pretty much fully to bed. After that, they went 2 separate ways. Kate Rubins went back to the airlock and retrieved a high-definition camera and a replacement light before handing those off to Jeff Williams, and he installed both of those items onto camera port number 9, and he was attached onto the end of the space station's robotic arm flown by Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi throughout all of those operations today. And he was able to do that quickly and efficiently, and that enabled him to move on to one of the get-ahead tasks for today that he was also able to complete, and that was to do a similar install on camera port number 8. So Kate Rubins once again went back to the airlock and retrieved the HD camera for camera port 8 and handed that off to Williams, and he was able to install that as well. These are just modified DSLRs, digital SLR cameras that are configured to stream high-definition video, and also able to be configured to take photos as well. And these will, of course, provide HD video not only of the Earth below, but also the station structure, allow for detailed surveys by teams down here on the ground, also detailed inspections of visiting spacecraft, both as they're arriving and departing. And while Williams was working on that, Kate Rubins knocked out her other two primary tasks for the day. She went over to the Port Sarge, the Solar Alpha rotary joint. They had been ground teams had been detecting some vibrations around these struts, so they tightened one of the bolts on one of these struts back on EVA 33, so 4 spacewalks ago, and they saw improvements in the data. So the decision was made to tighten the last 3. Rubins was able to do all 3 of those, tightening what's known as the alpha joint interface structure, 3 of them. And then she was also able to do an inspection of the entire Sarge, taking a lot of photos and giving audio cues and a video survey using her helmet cam to the teams down on the ground during a day pass, and that was all done successfully. Then the last task that Rubins accomplished was to go out and remove some MLI from 2 pump flow control subassemblies. These both previously failed spares that are currently stored out on that port section of the station's truss can be replaced in the future robotically, but in order for that to be done, Kate Rubins had to go out and remove the MLI, the multi-layer insulation protecting them, as that is not made to be interacted with robotically. So that was done successfully, and that accomplished all of the primary tasks for the day. Jeff Williams was also able to accomplish one last get-ahead task, tying down the brake handles on the port CETA cart, the crew equipment translation aid. And then by the time that had been completed, they were well over 6 hours. They were well over 5 hours into the spacewalk coming up. They were past 6 hours, and the decision was made to forego the last get-ahead task, which was a photo survey of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, and that will be deferred to a later spacewalk. But for now, the airlock continuing to repressurize. It just passed the 9 psi mark. Again, the nominal pressure is around 14.7. That's what the rest of the station is maintained at. The same pressure we enjoy at sea level down here on planet Earth. And once it reaches that pressure, the crew will be able to come back inside, get the helmets off, get out of their suits, and wrap up a long but very successful day. Japanese astronaut Takuya Onishi continuing to stand by in quest, monitoring this repressurization. Pretty soon he'll be opening up that hatch and bringing Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins back inside. He was instrumental this morning in getting them suited up, which always starts several hours before the spacewalk itself. And then he was there driving the robotic arm, moving Jeff Williams from camera port to camera port, and then back to structure for a couple of hours during this spacewalk. And then he'll be there to help them doff these suits, get out, and bring an end to their spacewalk day. Looks like Onishi getting ready to open up this hatchway. There we can see it in motion. And Russian cosmonaut Anatoly Ivanishin floating in there. He might be giving Takuya Onishi a hand as he works to bring the crew members back inside of the equipment lock. The hatch now open. And Kate Rubins there first through the door. She'll get attached to the wall. And you can see the suit has no stripes, so that's how you're able to differentiate between the two crew members. Jeff Williams' suit has the red stripes on the arms and on the upper part of the pliss and on the legs. And the safer device coming off of Kate Rubins first. And Jeff Williams still in the crew lock, waiting patiently. There you see Kate Rubins affixed back onto the wall where she was just about 7 hours ago before this spacewalk started. High five there from Takuya Onishi. A very successful day for this spacewalking duo, getting all of their primary tasks and 2 of the 3 get-aheads all done successfully. They were well ahead of their timeline for most of the day and able to squeeze these in. And now Jeff Williams' turn coming back from the crew lock into the equipment lock. He'll follow the same process. They'll get the safer device off of his suit, get him on the wall, and then the helmets will come off, and they'll begin getting all their gloves and everything else removed, and they'll get out of these spacesuits that they've been in for quite a while now today. Again, a very long but a very successful day on board the space station. And there, the safer device now removed from Jeff Williams' suit, and Ivanishин will work to get him attached to the wall as well. One quick note, you can see both Ivanishин and Onishi wearing some protective gear, some goggles and a face mask. That done just as a precaution. The crew members were given the heads up after Jeff Williams saw some paint had potentially flecked off of one of the lights on the camera port. So just as an extra precaution, wearing that PPE, that personal protective equipment, as they bring the crew members back inside. So first up, Onishi working to remove the mobile workstation on the front of both astronauts' EMUs. Has all the tools, the pistol grip tool, the various tethers and other ties that were used throughout today's spacewalk. Next up now, Onishi's going to take photos of each of the crew members' hands, getting a close look at the gloves. Always good for the teams to evaluate afterwards the status of the gloves, whether they got any nicks or scratches or cuts from any sharp edges during the spacewalk. And so with that, the survey of all the gloves, the photos taken, that complete, just a few steps away now from getting those helmets off and the gloves themselves off as well. So continuing to move through the steps, Onishi and Ivanisha now working to get the gloves off first. And with that, both gloves off for both crew members. Helmets should be coming up next. And the crew members just getting the go real quick to take off the PPE, the masks, and the goggles. The teams and the crew members themselves not seeing any of those paint flakes that they were looking out for, so now the helmet's coming off. And helmet off for both crew members now. Again, you can see Kay Rubins on the left, Jeff Williams on the right. Helmets off and an end to another successful spacewalk. Just to recap for you, today's spacewalk lasted 6 hours and 48 minutes. It began when they flipped their suits over to battery power at 6:53 a.m. Central Time and ended when they began the repress of the Quest airlock again at 1:41 p.m. Central, 2:41 p.m. Eastern. All of the primary tasks were completed, the retraction and covering of the trailing thermal control radiator, the installation of not just one HD camera, but 2 HD cameras, one of those being a get-ahead task, also successfully replacing a light on the first HD camera's camera port, and then a number of maintenance items, including the tightening of a number of struts out on the port solar alpha rotary joint, and the removal of some multi-layer insulation over 2 previously failed pump flow control sub-assemblies. And then one more get-ahead task, the tie-down of the brake handles on the port crew and equipment translation aid, or the CETA cart. And then they deferred the final get-ahead task, photos of that alpha magnetic spectrometer, until a later day. So with that, successful spacewalk, a long day, but a very fully successful, fully accomplished day for Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins. With that, I want to thank you for sticking around with us from early this morning through the afternoon and following along as these two crew members worked outside of the station airlock again for 6 hours and 48 minutes. With that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up today's coverage. Thanks again for joining, and tune in next time for the next dynamic event on board the International Space Station. But for now, we'll go ahead and sign off. This is Mission Control Houston.